When people say they want to escape to the country, Bow in Devon is the type of village they usually imagine. 7 years ago, following a divorce, Robert Crowley came here looking for a fresh start.
I think you get a feel about somewhere when you go into a property and you feel at home, or you don't feel at home. And I felt this was, you know, a probably good place to live.
The village has a family feel to it, and nowhere more so than on Robert's Street, where 3 cottages are occupied by the Kellaway family, who have been here for 38 years.
Well, we just got talking, like, you know, it's funny, really, and we just was friends, and that was it, like, you know.
They introduced themselves to me when I was sort of digging out my back garden, which was a bit of a mud heap, and they offered their services to me. You know, we'll dig that out and concrete that over if you want. So they started doing little jobs for me.
Well, he wanted us to help him put his shed up out the back and all that, you know, and I'd give him lots of bits of material and stuff. You know, I thought he was all right. And sometimes if I bought a bag of turnips, I'd give him a turnip. Never used to charge him.
And he noticed my flying pigs on the wall as well. So the next thing he's produced these flying geese. And here you are, you know, I've got these for you. I thought, well, I don't really want them. But because they were a gift, you know, I thought it was only polite to accept them gracefully and whatever.
We were very good friends in the beginning. We used to come in here and have cups of tea and sandwiches. I used to go in his place and have sandwiches and cups of tea.
They would make me a cup of tea and once or twice a slice of saffron cake with a piece of cheese. Never had that before. It must be a local delicacy or something.
Robert was welcomed into the close-knit community by Keith Kellaway and his son Matthew, and was even happy to lend them the tools of his trade as an electrician. But when it came to his best tools, he had to draw the line.
I refused to lend them my big chasing machine. I've lent expensive tools out in the past, and they've been returned, burnt out, so I'm not going to take the risk of that. There was a definite change of mood with the Kellaway after I refused to loan him this expensive drill. I was sitting here enjoying an evening's TV when I heard some slapping on that window. So I got up, opened the curtains. I could see the profile of 3 people. They were laughing and really enjoying themselves. But I was fairly spooked out by it. I thought, if you can't sit in your own lounge and enjoy a night's TV, you know, this is not neighbourly. I telephoned the police for the first time.
Robert believed that one of the 3 men he saw was Matthew Kellaway. The police investigated, but Matthew denied any involvement. Not long after, Robert's nighttime peace was disturbed yet again.
Boom! This window came through, the curtains were shut, but it opened the curtains with the ferocity of the force of it, and shattered laminate glass all over the place. A few seconds I got to gather my senses. I picked up this poker and went outside with it for my own protection, or I didn't know whether anybody was going to be hanging around outside, but the street was clear.
Robert had his suspicions as to who was responsible, but there was no proof or witnesses. Keith and Matthew Kellaway have said they know nothing about the incident.
When the police came out, I was repairing the front window with these bits of board, wooden boarding and whatever. I could hear people saying, well, we don't really want to get involved. So I thought, oh, I'm definitely in this on my own.
Robert was feeling increasingly isolated, so the last thing he was expecting to come through the door was a Valentine's card.
This is a card I received on Valentine's Day in 2011. And I don't get many of these. So I opened it up, and it says, to the one I love, to Robert, happy Valentine's Day. Roses are red, violets are blue. Face like yours belongs in a zoo. Ha, 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 ha. Immediately I knew it was from the Kellaways.
No, he's making that up. no way in hell. You know, he's not really what I call a well-liked man in the village. So it could have been anybody.
In Nottinghamshire, Sally and John Johnson live in the peaceful town of Hucknall with their 2 adult sons, Jack and Guy.
We knew we could be happy here, happy family home, hey darling?
Yeah.
And it was, and that's what we made it.
Next door to them was 41-year-old taxi driver Bob Weir, and for 14 years they lived side by side in harmony.
We got on very well.
Yeah, he used to make fun of the boys, didn't he? If the
Yeah.
boys were laughing out in the garden, he'd pop over the fence and the boys loved it as well. They got friendly with him. And if I was cooking, he'd say, "Oh, Sally, that smells lovely. What are you having for tea tonight?" And he was a nice chap.
But in 2009, neighbourly relations would change when Bob noticed a problem with their shared chimney.
Bob, our next door neighbour, had noticed some damp patches on his wall, so he'd asked me to come round and have a look, which I did. And I said, "Oh, we're going to get some builders in to check our side of the chimney anyway, so I'll get them to check the whole lot and see if it needed pointing."
Oh, goodness me. What should have been just a normal pointing job turned into a bit of a catastrophe, really, didn't it? The chimneys were in a dreadful state of repair, so much so that they'd started to collapse in on each other. And it was a job that needed doing. We couldn't have delayed it.
For Bob, the urgent nature of the building work posed a problem.
Each house is responsible, obviously, for their own side. But we knew at the time that poor Bob wouldn't be able to pay. He was out of work due to an injury he had. And we stepped in, thinking we were being good neighbours.
The Johnsons offered to pay Bob's £872.50 share of the costs.
Bob then said, "Well, when I get my compensation for my injury, I will pay my half back." And I can remember it so clearly because the builder was here as well.
Yeah.
And he turned round and said, "What lovely neighbours."
With the builder as a witness, the Johnsons paid to have the work done. It was completed to everyone's satisfaction, and 2 years passed by with no mention of the money. Then one day, the Johnsons spotted some surprising activity next door.
One morning in June, we noticed that a massive skip had arrived right outside the house. Bob was there with his friend, ripping down ceilings. He had all new windows fitted. And it suddenly dawned on John and I that perhaps he had received his compensation money. It hurt us to think, why hadn't he come and said something? Because really that was like waving a red flag to a bull.
With alarm bells ringing, Sally decided to confront the situation.
Sally typed a nice, polite note, put it through Bob's door.
And they were shocked by the response.
I'm not being funny or anything, but it has got nothing to do with you about compensation. Keep your nose out of other people's business.
And then Sally started to suspect that news of them chasing the money had spread to the street.
And I'll never forget one day somebody even spat on the pavement while John and I walked past. I used to hold my head down because I was frightened to look up into people's faces, and yet part of me wanted to turn around and say, "Hey, we're not the naughty people here, we're telling the truth."
The 14-year-old friendship was in tatters, and determined to prove they were in the right, the Johnsons decided to take things one step further.
The only course of action we could take now was to take legal advice, take him to court and sue him to get our money back. We were determined, weren't we, darling?
Yeah. We trusted him and he let us down.
Convinced they'd have a battle on their hands to make Bob pay up, the court proceedings began. But then they received an unexpected visitor.
Bob's friend came to the door and he said, "About the money, Sally?" And I went, "Yes." He said, "Bob can only afford to pay £800 and that's in instalments." And no, it's not £800, it's £942.50p with the court costs. Bob's not interested in the court costs. I says, "Well, I am, I'm sorry." I thought, you cheeky monkey. And I just went in.
Sally's risky move of rejecting the offer still left her out of pocket. Soon, though, Bob's friend returned.
And he said, "How much is the whole amount?" And he wrote on the cheque, the whole amount, and handed it over. He said, and by the way, Bob doesn't want to ever talk to you again, doesn't want anything ever to do with you again. We said, that's fine, lovely, thank you. And I thought, God, that's the end, thank goodness.
But Sally was speaking too soon, because a few weeks later, events took a dramatic turn.
All of a sudden, I heard this horrific bang. He punched a hole in the fence and was sticking his head through the hole in the fence, ranting and raving, spitting at me, shouting at me. I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm having a bad day, Sally, I'm having a bad day. I was shaking, I was absolutely terrified. It was just like out of The Shining.
When Sally showed me the fence, I said, this is ridiculous, I'm going to phone the police. One officer came on his own. The officer decided that perhaps if he's drunk, you better leave him in his own property, but you could hear him throwing stuff against the wall, banging doors against the wall, let him sober up, and they were going to come back and see him the following morning.
But as far as they know, the police didn't come back. Bob Weir was asked for his version of events, but he decided not to comment. The rift between the neighbours deepened, and for the Johnsons, it seemed there was no end in sight.
He realised that, oh, I've got away with this. I'm going to step my game up, and what else can I get away with?
In 2011, Mike Knox and his partner Yasmin moved to a new house on Lenton Pool in the picturesque town of Denbigh in North Wales.
We lived in Denbigh for a while and we wanted to stay here. Denbigh is a lovely place and it's multicultural and it's a good mix of people between Filipinos and also English, Welsh. They all get on great, and I just thought, well, this is the place where we're going to stay, and this is the place we're going to bring and rear up our kids.
Like many small towns, the local pub is the focal point of this close-knit community, and landlord Chris Williams is proud of the neighbourhood.
Thank you very much. Nice market town, quite a popular with, we get quite a few tourists coming through, and everybody's quite friendly, quite a few eateries in the area, and multitude of pubs.
Shortly after moving in, Mike and his partner's first daughter, Georgia Leah, was born. Mike and his family lived happily in their new home for 2 years, until one night in January 2013, everything changed.
I was watching the television, and my partner was upstairs. She was pregnant, asleep in bed. That's when I heard biggest loud bang I have ever heard in my life. It was massive. So I looked out, and just to see, and there was nothing. There was no sign of any chaos, no problems at all. Everything was just normal, as if nothing had happened.
A couple of days later, Mike asked his next-door neighbour John, leader of the neighbourhood watch group, if he'd heard the same bang.
He just looked at me, as if to say, oh no, I haven't heard anything, I just thought, okay.
Mike dismissed the incident and carried on with family life. But just 1 month later, he was in for another nasty shock.
Yasmin had already gone to bed. It was roughly around 12:30. So I got the bottles ready for my daughter. And then when I went into bed, I saw like this almighty, like white light, and the noise that came from it was horrendous. Felt like it blinded me just for at least 1 or 2 seconds. Then I walked out into the street, and that's when I seen everyone, every single person in the street came straight out. Every single person that lives here at 1 o'clock in the morning was standing outside in the street, and that's when I was wondering, what the hell is going on?
But this time, Mike wasn't the only person who heard the bang. His neighbour Colin was also shaken by the explosion.
The shockwave from it rattled the windows, and it was tremendously loud. It was like a military device.
Soon the neighbourhood was swamped with police, trying to find out who the culprit was. But just a few nights later, Mike and his neighbours were in for yet another sharp shock.
Came out of the house and I saw that there was a series of rings placed on the bonnets of the cars. I thought they were actually candles being placed on the car at first. And then as I got a little bit closer, it looked like charcoal.
With the town councillor and ex-town mayor as his next-door neighbour, Mike turned to John Larson for advice.
And I asked him, you know, what do you think is going on? I mean, who do you think is doing this? And that's when he said, oh, it could be a radical racist group, and they're situated somewhere in Wales, and there could be one or two other groups involved. And that's when I was listening to him wondering, why would anybody want to attack racially me or anybody else in a small town like Denby?
In Devon, Robert Crowley had made his home in the peaceful village of Bow, but had fallen out with his neighbours, Matthew and Keith Kellaway, and was suspicious when one day they came calling.
I used to enjoy sitting out on the bench because I get all the evening sun there. It's quite a little sun trap. Father and son and their partners and the kids came by and stopped, and the father sort of put his foot on this chain link that I used to have here and said, all this trouble's going to carry on until you move from here. And all the time his temper's swelling. And you could see sort of the veins building up in his neck and his eyes bulging. And he's leaning back and forward as if, you know, stop me from killing him. Go on, stop me.
Keith Kellaway has denied all knowledge of this event, but Robert Crowley claims he felt under threat and decided to install surveillance equipment. For his part, Keith claims that Robert was far from being the innocent party.
This is a letter we had around the village, all about the Kellaway family. A lot of it's not true.
The letter claimed to be from a fake charity called Kellaway Aid.
I haven't sent any letters, and I would certainly swear on any oath that I don't send poison pen letters to anybody.
Despite the denial, Keith believes he has proof that Robert sent the letter.
Well, we got this Christmas card. This was when us was friends. Well, this is about 3 or 4 year old, this Christmas card. But obviously he didn't realise we kept the Christmas card that he's writing in.
Although he hasn't had the handwriting professionally analysed, Keith is convinced the two samples match.
He's not an innocent man, is he? Because we got bits and pieces that puts him in the picture.
The once peaceful town of Denby in North Wales had been rocked by a series of unexplained explosions. Home to Mike Knox and his young family, their street in Lenton Pool appeared to be the target, and no one knew who was responsible.
At the time I was scared. I was scared more for the kids. So it kind of made me become a bit more vigilant in looking after them.
Mike's next-door neighbour, John Larson, had suggested it was a racist terror group, so Mike assumed the threat was coming from outsiders.
I started to look to see if there was any suspicious activity taking place, something going on that I don't know. Anybody there that I don't know. Any cars parked that I don't know of. Locking the back door, locking all your doors and everything else. You know, so you're taking all those precautionary measures, you know, to keep yourself safe, because you don't know what's going to happen next.
In April 2013, 3 months after the first incident, Mike and the other neighbours were shaken by yet another terrifying explosion. Amazingly, no one had been hurt, and there was no debris to be seen, but someone had spotted something.
When I came out into the street, again, people were out, and there's a woman that came and ran out and she said, I just saw someone run all the way up there. I've just seen someone. I thought, well, at least someone's been spotted. At least someone looks like is responsible for what was going on. I was at that time, I was kind of relieved, thinking, I hope the police catch them, because that way it means it's all over. It's been sorted, it's been resolved, and everyone can get on with their lives. But they didn't find anybody. There was no one there. So we're still left in the same situation in limbo, wondering who is it.
With no real leads, the number of incidents was increasing by the day.
It was happening several times a week on occasions. There was bangs. Sometimes we didn't actually get to find out or locate the source.
When you see the police around and the matter is unresolved, it becomes even more worrying because you don't know what's going to happen next. In some way, you could say it's a sense of foreboding.
For the neighbours, the situation was about to escalate and become life-threatening.
One night there was a really big bang, and that was like the biggest explosion, and it was like as if you were in a war zone.
I could see police, I could see a lot of activity going on. There was police officers standing on each corners, plus there was police officers at the bottom end cornering off the street.
And this time the device contained a lethal ingredient.
Pieces or shards or ball bearings actually flew across and hit straight through the window of the house just across the road over there. And when it went through the window, it hit the headboard of the bed, and it could have easily hit someone because of that force, that velocity, hitting straight into a headboard. Just imagine what damage that can do to you.
I was told by people who'd seen it that the Land Rover rose 2 feet off the ground.
There's no doubt had somebody been walking past at that time, then we could well have been investigating a murder.
We were getting scared now. We did not know what was going on. This was getting dark. You know, people were starting to get anxious. They wanted answers. They wanted to know where it was going, what was going to happen to them. And people started to move out of the area as well, you know, within a short space of time, because they didn't know what to expect. Their lives are at stake. Who's going to be next?
Mike's neighbour was one of the first on the scene when the inevitable news crews turned up.
Everybody terrified, literally absolutely terrified. You know, we've got sheltered accommodation around here. There's lots of elderly. There's a lot of scared people. You know, you don't know when you're going to wake up, what's going to happen next. And you've also got the fact people can't sleep. You know, they're looking out the window, checking their cars all the time, and it is very scary.
Yeah, he was used to this kind of thing. He's used to interviews, he's used to dealing with professional people, so to speak. So that's his job. That's what he does. Yeah, he seemed to enjoy what he was doing, that much I did see. You know, it looked to me that he liked being in the limelight. He liked to be in front of the camera, giving his version of details as to what was going on.
But neither John or Mike could anticipate the next dramatic turn of events.
And saw this great big lorry, white lorry, like you've never seen, turn up outside the house. And they looked like army officers.
In Devon, once friends, Robert Crowley and Keith Kellaway had turned into foes. And with suspicions building on both sides, no one knew what or when the next incident would be.
I was sat here one evening in September, about 6 o'clock after returning from work, having my tea, having something to drink, and I could hear quite a hullabaloo going on.
2 doors down from Robert Crowley's house, where Keith's daughter lived, a shed had caught fire.
Well, we went down our daughter's place. We left about 5 o'clock, and we had a phone call about 15, 20 minutes later saying their shed's on fire because the smoke was pouring in through the back door. It was out of control, the shed was, because there was 2 or 3 ton of coal in there and a ton of wood in there, plus all my mother's contents when her passed away. You know, so there's a lot of things that was destroyed that is not replaceable.
So I came and opened the front door and spoke to the fire officer who was stood at the front door and said, "Oh, have you managed to contain the fire and whatever?" And jokingly offered him my fire extinguisher. He said, "I think we've got it covered now." And at that point of time, a close friend of the Kellaways came right into my face and said, "You started this."
He come out with a little fire extinguisher about 18 inches long, talking to the fireman with it in his hand, and he looked at us and laughed. So, you know, we knew what he'd done. He was just letting us know what he'd done, like.
I phoned 101 and, you know, nipped it in the bud. I said, "Look, there's a serious fire going on in this village at the moment, and I'm sure I've just been accused of being the fire starter. I want to tell you now make it clear that I've nothing to do with this whatsoever. But later on that evening, a police officer from Oakhampton had come out and asked to view my CCTV. The fire and the origins of the fire and when the first wispy smokes came out from the shed were recorded on the hard drive of my CCTV recorder.
Can we see it?
No, because it wasn't burned off to a disk or whatever. It was only there for 7 days after that, and then the hard drive goes back to the start again.
They come up and they said it's inconclusive. They couldn't say whether it was electric or whether it was started, you know, but like I say, we know, and I think other people know as well.
Wasn't me, Gov. You'll never pin it on me.
In the months following the fire, Robert claims his works van, which was parked outside on the street, was vandalised. He thought he knew why.
I'd been blamed for this fire, even though my conscience is clear, I certainly didn't do it.
But there was no evidence.
I was really quite frightened. I really tried to live here anonymously without showing any smoke coming out of the chimney or any steam coming out of the central heat and flue, because I really didn't want them to know whether I was here or not.
He's saying he's nervous living there and all this and that, but he's not really. He's sitting in there thinking what else he can do. I think he likes attention of all of it and all the cameras and that. He watches everybody walk up and down there and passing his door and all that. He got nothing else to do, has he? He sits in there watching it. They reckon that he's obsessed by it, and he's obsessed by me. Well, why is he obsessed by me?
In Nottingham, Sally and John Johnson had fallen out with their neighbour over sharing the cost of building work. Bob had eventually repaid them, but according to the Johnsons, he was out for revenge. They discovered slashed tyres, smashed wing mirrors, and dangerous chemicals on their flower beds. But there was no evidence linking those incidents to Bob Weir. Meanwhile, inside their house, the Johnsons felt there was no escape.
Bob took into his head sometimes, I think, to just bang the walls. Gosh, the pictures used to jump, things used to fall off the mantelpiece. It would be quite frightening.
The Johnsons felt that the situation was spiralling out of control.
There was bang, bang, bang on the wall. A lot of name-calling through the walls as well.
Sally was determined to get it down on tape.
I stood in here thinking, come on then, come on. I will record you now, and people will hear exactly what you do to us.
Come on now, Johnson. Come on. If you think you're being clever, you free.
Oh, it makes me so angry to think that somebody can talk to me like that, shout that, as if I'm scum. It made me so upset. And I thought, but at least someone will believe us that that is what he is saying to us, that we've had to live with that for nearly 2 years.
But she was wrong. She called the police to report what she felt was verbal abuse. A 41-year-old man was interviewed under caution, but wasn't charged. We asked Bob Weir to comment, but received no response. By now, Sally had called the police numerous times.
Each time he got away with it, that gave him a little bit more, oh, I'll do something else.
But the Johnsons had no idea that a verbal exchange over the garden fence was about to turn violent. John Johnson and his 2 grown-up sons ended up in a physical fight with Bob Weir. Sally was horrified by the aftermath.
Looked like you'd been in a fight.
Yeah.
And I suddenly thought, how dare you do that? How dare you do that to my boys? And I thought I could have lost everything in that couple of minutes. And then I felt very angry because I thought, come on, policeman, do your job. And I think they told me at one point, then they calm down, calm down. I thought, calm down, mate, when I've just seen what's happened to my men.
Both the Johnsons and Bob Weir phoned the police. Bob told them he had been assaulted by two men while he was in his garden and was himself taken to hospital. The police decided there was insufficient evidence to prosecute either party. And when we asked Bob Weir about the incident, he said nothing.
It was awful to live knowing that somebody feels that way about you and is prepared to go to those lengths to hurt you.
By now, the police had received 12 official reports of antisocial behaviour from the Johnsons. Sally claims to have called them 79 times, but the next call would prove to be different. One night, 2.5 years after the Johnsons had first lent Bob Weir over £800 for chimney repairs, they got a phone call from a neighbour.
He says to me, "It's in your car?" I said, "Why, what?" I looked, and I could see deep scratches going down the side of it. And I thought, oh no, not again.
Because the neighbour had actually witnessed Bob Weir damage the Johnsons' car, the police arrested and charged him.
We finally went to court, and although Bob still denied that he hadn't caused the damage to the car, he was found guilty. And I can remember sitting there. Well, I cried, didn't I, John? I don't mind admitting that, I cried.
Cried with joy.
I cried with joy.
Bob Weir was found guilty of criminal damage and given a 2-year conditional discharge. Soon after his conviction, he moved away, and after 2 years of living a nightmare, John and Sally felt they could finally live in peace. The quiet town of Denbigh in North Wales had been rocked by a series of terrifying explosions that had shaken the community to its very core. Local resident Mike Knox was fearful for the safety of his family.
At the time I was scared. I was scared more for the kids, thinking, you know, would it happen to them, you know? Emotionally, you started to feel apprehensive, to expect the worst to happen. You knew something was going to come out of this that wasn't good. The neighbours in the street were living in fear themselves. They didn't know what to do. And they're not decent people.
Whoever was doing it was so fast, it was like like it was just beamed down from space, you know. The explosion and nothing, just a cloud of smoke.
Pillar of the community John Larson helped to hold things together by keeping the press at bay.
There's a lot of scared people. You know, you don't know when you're going to wake up, what's going to happen next.
The next morning, Mike Knox, John's next-door neighbour, noticed a commotion outside.
I was just with the kids, and that's when I saw the activity outside. There was a lot of police. I saw a great big wagon outside, and stepping out of this wagon, there was these military officers. They were the actual bomb disposal unit. That's when the police officers knocked on the door, and they told me, so your house is going to be evacuated. And then I said, oh, does that mean also John's going to be evacuated as well? That's when they said no.
One of my customers said that I bet you any money that it's John Larson that's doing all this bombings. And I said, no, he's a pillar of society. He's an ex-mayor, he's a councillor, he's on the county council as well. I said, it can't be anything to do with it.
In a dramatic turnaround of events, the police had received a tip-off and searched John Larson's property. They were shocked by what they discovered.
There were bags of chemicals. There were improvised devices, fireworks that had been tampered with. There were other bits of fuse wire, flash flares. There was a large quantity of that in all parts of the house.
Based on what they found, John Larson was arrested.
And to even suggest or think that John could have anything in his house remotely connected to any kind of lethal substance was just beyond me. It was just totally blew my mind completely.
The news quickly spread to the other neighbours.
You know, because I knew him, It was difficult, you know, it was... and I think then, when that was announced, people wanted the legal process to take its course.
Mike testified against his neighbour in court. John Larson was found guilty of 3 counts of arson and causing explosions with intent to endanger life. He was sent to prison for 18 years.
When it came to light that it was him, I was so shocked, and because of all the publicity he had and the way he spoke, that he was so frightened for himself, his wife, his child. And, you know, how he used to speak in council meetings all about it, that something should be done because it's getting so dangerous. And it ended up it was him after all that.
He seemed like a decent person, and he's got a kid of his own. He looks very, you know, responsible person as well. So I was really shocked when I heard it. Couldn't believe it.
I was expecting somebody else, some kind of group, but not John Larson. He's just my neighbour.
Robert Crowley's move to the country had turned into a running battle with his neighbours, Matthew and Keith Kellaway. Both sides suspected the other of having a vendetta against them. Then one night, it all came to a head.
I noticed some ladders had gone missing. I decided to have a ride up into this compound that the Kellaways have, and I might just happen upon these ladders.
Unknown to Robert Crowley, the Kellaways were still on site at their compound a few miles away.
He rode up and down past the property 4 or 5 times. So I said to Carol, I said, it's that bloody Robert Crowley.
When I got there, the gate was open, so I shone my torch through the gate.
I heard the gate squeak, because he squeaks, the farm gate squeaks. And I said, he's coming up the bloody drive. So I grabbed the pitchfork, and I just grabbed it and I shouted at him.
And then I heard this shout, "Oi, what do you want?" I retreated quite hastily.
He turned and run. We come back a shortcut and parked in the driveway to stop him getting his bike in.
So when I got back to my house, the Kellaways, father and son, had already returned.
And I asked him, what the hell were you doing out on the property? And he kept going, putting his hands up in the air, saying, what evidence have you got? Well, I didn't need evidence. I've seen him now. I chased him, you know?
Then I said, look, go away, but I said in much stronger terms than that. And I closed the door on them. So I put my weight against the door, pulled the handle up, and then turned the lock. And then I could see through this glass. Keith took a punch with his left hand at the door, and then Matthew, I could see his foot up, he was kicking with his steel toe cap boots 4 or 5 times, and eventually that panel came in.
But he was stood about 8, 9 foot back, so he runned at the door and shouldered it, and that's what, he caught Matthew's knee a bit. I did go like that with my hand, but that must have been the reaction, you know. He's 18 stone, isn't he? He runned at that door and shouldered it.
Dialed 999 and police were out in about 10 minutes.
The police arrested Matthew and Keith Kellaway for causing criminal damage. And in April 2014, their case appeared in a magistrate's court.
Well, they found me not guilty. And my son, they found him guilty of kicking the door. And they said that, you know, he kicked it fairly hard, so he probably broke it. And like I said, he got to pay, I think, £700 towards the cost of another door. He's laughing at that because he knows he broke a door. He knows that. But like I say, it's one of those things, isn't it?
Matthew Kellaway was convicted, but that wasn't quite the end of the saga.
I thought after it went to magistrate's court, if there was a lesson to be learned, that they may have learned it and backed off. But no.
When I come down from the garden, like that. I know he's watching me, you know. Then I give him the V sign sometimes, victory.
My immediate family said, you know, why don't you move? And I say, well, why should I? You know, I've spent 2 or 3 years titivating the place. Why should I let bullies drive me away?
We're never going to be friends with him, never, ever, no more. We know too much. My mate, he said 200 years ago, Crowleys was witches. It's true. He went to college and he said, so maybe there's a bit of witch coming out in him.
69-year-old Rod Scott is retired and lives in the small area of mill houses on the edge of Sheffield.
I've been here since '78, and as you can see, I like my gardening.
Rod lived peacefully in the area for more than 20 years, until in 2002, a new family moved in next door.
I was just watching TV, then there was a large banging on the door, and it was really 11:30 at night. Who is this? I came out into the hallway, got to the door, and there was a woman standing there, and she said to me, my name is Mrs. Hall, and this is my husband, Bob, and we're the new neighbours, and we thought we'd just come round and see what the neighbours were like. It was obvious they'd been in the pub drinking. Fair dues, they introduced themselves, but I think in anybody's book, it's not the right time of the day to knock on somebody's door and introduce yourself.
Aside from this incident, which the Halls deny, the neighbours initially lived in peace. But all that changed one day in 2006.
I was working in my garden all day, and I was playing this Pavarotti tape, and I heard this voice screaming and shouting, Rod, Rod, Rod. And I walked out to see Hall storming down his driveway. The first thing he said was, turn that thing off, don't take the piss out of me, I will sort you out. So I just stood here rather shocked, wondering what had got into him. So I phoned the police and I asked them could they have a word in his ear, and explained that he couldn't conduct himself like this in the community and nip it in the bud. And I think that was the biggest mistake, because after that, it just grew out of all proportion.
Rod and the Halls fell back into an uneasy truce, but it wouldn't be long before that changed.
One morning I heard a noise and looked out, and a chap was on a ladder, and he was fixing a camera on the side that was looking directly into my house. And then they put 2 more cameras on the front of the house.
The Halls say they installed CCTV on police advice, but Rob was convinced they were watching him.
A friend of mine suggested to get a little laser, and I was in the kitchen. I pointed it at that camera. He did say that if shine it in and it could damage the cells. And as the camera was pointing straight into my house, I thought I had kind of had the right to disarm it. I think it was the laser beam that eventually persuaded Mr. Hall to take it down.
Rod thought he had left conflict behind him. He'd spent his career in the armed forces and served 15 years as a paratrooper, until an accident shattered his back, leaving it held together by plates and screws, and Rod retired. But a peaceful retirement seemed a long way off.
Mrs. Hall used to have a camcorder, and here is a photograph of her with the camcorder. She used to hold up signs that said paedophile, twat, wanker, paranormal written on it.
Mrs. Hall claims she was videoing Rod's unreasonable behaviour. Rod says he'd done nothing wrong, but one summer evening things came to a head.
It was nearly midnight. I was working in my garage, just tidying up a little. I got to about here, there was a flash of light, and Mr. Hall was leaning round the panels that were down the side of the fence with a camera, and he shouted, "Gotcha!" And I'd been working in my garage all night long, just tidying up a little. There was no noise, never was any noise, and there was no way they could hear me, not with the road traffic, and that's what I had to put up with.
The Halls have denied this event took place, but the next morning, Rod got a shock visit.
2 police officers came into my kitchen and they produced this.
In Brighton, Wendy Attenborough moved into a ground floor council flat after living overseas.
Quite a lot of them in the street came up and introduced themselves and asked me who I was. They always asked the same question, was, have you met your new neighbour yet? And so that put me on red alert.
76-year-old George Brooker owned the flat directly above Wendy.
Brightonian all my life. I was married 13 years, then we got divorced, and I moved here. Yeah, I've been living in about 30 years. It's quite nice, it's nice and quiet.
It wasn't long before Wendy and George met for the first time.
I was in the back garden, he walked down the garden towards me, and I do try not to judge a book by its cover, as it were, but he sort of hulked towards me, just had an aura of aggression.
Bad aura?
He just introduced himself and went straight into complaining about the government and the council. It was just all negative, completely negative. So I just said, you know, I'm busy, and excused myself, kind of, and he wandered back up the garden. So my heart kind of sank.
Despite her initial impressions, the new neighbours had a friendly relationship at first.
Well, we used to talk, one thing and another. We used to, if the dustman had been, I used to bring her bin in and she used to bring mine in. And we turned round and we used to get on all right.
As part of her tenancy, Wendy had the use of one garden at the front of the property and another at the rear. Mr. Brooker upstairs owns a separate garden that runs around one side of the property. But within weeks of moving in, Wendy started to feel an unsettling presence from over the fence.
If I was sitting on my lounge at night, he would just come and stand by the fence and look in at me in the lounge. I was really creeped out by it.
Because Wendy's flat was on the ground floor, it offered little privacy from Mr. Brooker's garden. But it wasn't just through the windows that Wendy felt her upstairs neighbour exerting his presence.
He was mirroring what I do. You know, if I started hoovering, he'd start hoovering. If I got up, he would get up. I could hear him in his bedroom.
This is a wooden floor, right? And unfortunately, there's not much insulation in there between the ceiling downstairs and the floor here.
If I went to the bathroom or I had a shower, he would flush the toilet. He would try and assert his presence by noise.
How would I know she's in the toilet when I'm up here and she's down there? Load of rubbish. Load of rubbish. She must sit there, think about these things, but I don't interfere with anybody else up around here.
But when Wendy started putting expensive ornaments and plants on the pathway leading to her front door and garden, the troubles really began to escalate.
I started finding things had been broken. I had 2 garden gnomes that were broken. Plants had been moved around in their pots. There was no explanation why these things had been broken, and I knew it was him just smashing things.
The gnome what she put there, right? Unfortunately, the wind blew the gnome onto the path, which as you could see there, had a drop of about a foot. So that's where it broke. I didn't break it.
Because the path around the property gave access to her front door, Wendy assumed it was shared between the 2 flats.
There'd been no grumbles from him when I'd been taking care of the path, which was very unkempt and full of weed for like a year and a half, because I thought the path was a communal path.
But Wendy was wrong.
The whole lot of the communal way to her fence is mine. My lease states that in blue.
About a year and a half after I'd been there, I suddenly heard the path was his.
Despite the simmering tension, Wendy had big plans for her home.
After I'd been in the flat a year, I got my secure tenancy, so I decided then that was the right time to ask for permission to put up a 6-foot fence, which would stop him being able to look in at me and give me some more privacy. I got the fence put up, and this was the start of really some serious harassment. The first night, woke up in the morning and one of the posts had been pulled out of the concrete.
Well, I pulled it out because it was in my property. That is trespass.
Although she thought this small piece of land was hers, it wasn't. According to the land registry, Wendy's new 6-foot fence encroached into Mr. Brooker's garden. And this simple mistake would have huge consequences.
The next thing I knew, this fist came out and punched me right in the neck.
In Sheffield, Rod Scott had been living peacefully for over 20 years until an argument with his new neighbours, the Halls, landed him in hot water.
2 police officers came into my kitchen and they produced this. And I asked him what the form was about, and he said it was a harassment first course of conduct. The allegations were the fact that I was shaking the fence separating the properties, that I was making loud noises at night up to the time of midnight, also for verbal abuse. None of these were true.
Following the harassment warning, Rod tried to keep away from the Halls. But that wouldn't last long. One night in June 2008, Rod was saying goodbye to his friend Ian outside when the row with his neighbours was suddenly reignited in explosive fashion.
Ian had gone round to his side to get into drive, and that's when I saw him looking, and I looked, and there was Mrs. Hall, giving us nasty hand signals. Ian was looking, and I said to him, that's what I'm having to put up with day in, day out. Within a few seconds, Hall had come out of his house. He came straight across the pavement, went round to the other side of the car, whereupon he put his arm around Ian's neck in this manner and screamed at him, I will have you, you bastard. I was standing on this side. I shouted at Hall, don't be so stupid, get back in your house. And Hall came up, he just swung a wild punch and caught me bang in the ear. He knocked my spectacles off, they finished up somewhere down there. I did manage to, with an outstretched arm, I struck out for his eyes in this manner because I've got fairly long arms to keep him at arm's length.
But Rod's self-defence tactic appeared to anger Mr. Hall even further.
I saw Hall walk across the grass and he went up to the door, and then within a second or so he was walking back down again, and it wasn't until he got into the middle of the grass did I see that he raised his right arm and he was holding the carving knife. He was hacking down with the knife, and the knife came down and just went between my fingers.
Witnesses had seen the fight and the police were called. They arrived and arrested Mr. Hall. But as he was being taken away, his wife had a few final words for Rod.
Mrs. Hall shouted at them, this man's called me a gypsy. And then she immediately shouted, I put a gypsy curse on you. And with her hands held up in the air, she said, I curse you, I curse you, I curse you. She just carried on saying it. And eventually the police officer just said to me, go back in your house. And as I backed over the road, the curse must have been working because I tripped over my shoelace.
Mrs. Hall denies putting a curse on Rod, but Mr. Hall was charged with common assault and bailed. While Rod awaited Mr. Hall's trial, he kept himself busy in his garden. But this triggered a whole new set of problems when his neighbours at the rear, close friends of Mr. Hall, took issue with the new summer house Rod was erecting and accused him of building a sniper tower. Rod says they took every opportunity to provoke him.
They used to come down behind the hedges, give me verbal abuse, and they do nothing but take photographs. I then spoke to this lady, her husband, who was very cavalier with a statement that I was a scumbag. So I said to this lady, tell your husband that if he ever calls me a scumbag again, I will rip his head off and shit in the hole. That's a kind of a military expression, which means I'll come down on you.
Because of his outburst to the neighbours at the rear, Rod was arrested and hit with a restraining order. This prevented him from accessing their road or communicating with them in any way. But for Rod, this was easier said than done.
I put a sign up. I was arrested for the sign, and the other breach was an individual came over the top of the fence, and I was arrested for communicating with him.
Rod was charged with breaching his restraining order and awaited trial, but events were about to spiral out of control. Just outside Cardiff, Peter and Marjana Knapp had moved to the UK from Poland to start a family and bought their dream home in rural Wales.
Actually, we were looking for like a 3-bedroom house and with a garden, with a beautiful garden, and we found it, so we were really pleased.
Very friendly people, very friendly atmosphere, like village.
Their new community was extremely close-knit, according to local hairdresser Christine Evans.
The community spirit is brilliant. If anything goes wrong, everybody sort of comes together and we all help each other. And that's one good thing about this place, to be honest.
And they were welcomed by the residents, including shop owner Lee Coles.
Peter and Marjana were really nice people. They came in, they were polite, they introduced themselves as neighbours if there's anything they can do to help, and vice versa, we told them the same. They were very outgoing, nice people.
But not all the neighbours were so friendly.
So it was the first day that we were moving in when suddenly the man appears across the hedge. And he just asked me, so how many people is going to live here? Well, I thought anyway that it was rude, but I said, well, at the moment, 2. And he said, what do you mean 2? I found it awkward, to be honest, because it's not normal. You know, when you meet a person for the first time, usually you introduce yourself, or maybe would you like some kind of help?
The man Marjana had met was 55-year-old Charles Gilbert, a well-known figure in the neighbourhood.
Yeah, I know Charles. He used to come in now and again. He used to go to my mum was a hairdresser's next door. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed in these 2 shops because he was racist and kind of sexist. Not a very nice chap, no, to be honest.
He was a very strange character, very, very strange. One you'd have to be a bit careful about. I felt a bit uneasy around him then. That's the words I have to describe myself, that I would be very cautious around him. He made me feel very uneasy.
And unfortunately for Marjana and Peter, Charles was their next-door neighbour. And within 2 days, trouble started.
I found a lot of cigarette ends here. I found a lot of can and empty bottle of cider, and I found some bottle of cider here.
As well as the stuff on the hedge, there were 2 cans left somewhere on the grass here. One was after a rice pudding and another one was Tesco beans. The stuff, it didn't belong to us at all, so someone must have thrown it into our garden.
After clearing the rubbish away, they were baffled to wake up the next day to find yet more waste scattered on their property.
We started to realise that it was actually like a puzzle, that there was some stuff left in our rear garden and then in our front garden, something left on the hedge. We just saw that, you know, it couldn't be left by someone from the outside, and it must have been Charles.
Believing they knew where it had come from, the Knapps decided to confront their next-door neighbour.
We asked him why he keeps throwing the rubbish into our garden, and he said, because you're noisy. So I said, why you haven't came and knocked to our door and said this? Guys, you know, you're a bit noisy, can you just be quiet, please? And he said something like, you Poles, get back to Poland, get back to Poland. And we're like, really shocked.
Baffled by the incident, but determined to enjoy their new home, the Knapps decided to build a conservatory.
When I bring my conservatory from the van, I saw Charles and he asked me what is my plan. I tell him I will build my conservatory in my garden.
But Charles was far from happy about the new construction.
He said to Peter that if Peter's going to build up anything in our own garden, he's going to explode it. Explode it.
For the Knapps, this was just the beginning of their nightmare. In Brighton, a new 6-foot fence erected by Wendy Attenborough had angered her upstairs neighbour, George Brooker. According to land registry documents, the gate of Wendy's new fence had encroached onto Mr. Brooker's land.
Oh, he would go out and punch the gate and the fence and saying, "That's my property."
One day, when Wendy was tending to plants on the pathway leading to her garden, the situation turned ugly.
It was about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was just packing up, and out he comes, and he starts pulling out my flowers that I'd planted. Then he started moving his chain link fence right up to the path, so it was only a matter of about 6 inches. I was just asking him to please stop, because I didn't know what he was doing and he wouldn't explain anything.
But Mr. Brooker recalls events very differently.
The I remember about the day is the mere fact is she was pulling my chain link fence out the ground.
The next thing I knew, this fist came out and punched me right in the neck.
No, I didn't strike her in any way, shape or form.
And I just screamed, Paul, who's my neighbour, he's just hit me. And he'd got one of the metal stakes that was holding his chain link fence together, and he held it right up to the neck, and it's got my neck, it's got a really sharp point on the end. He was just like this.
And then she got on her phone and she screamed and shouted her mouth off that I was hitting her.
The police came, they said that if I wanted to take it further, they'd have to arrest both of us. And I'd never been arrested or in trouble with the police in my life, so I backed off with that. But in hindsight, I wish I had said, yes, arrest us both, so I could have got to the bottom of it.
Nobody saw any blood on her. So I would have thought if that was the case, she would have showed it to the police officer, because there was 2 there, and then I would have always been arrested at the time.
The police took no further action. But according to Wendy, Mr. Brooker's behaviour suddenly took a more sinister turn.
For example, I would be out there mowing the front lawn. I could hear him taking photos, the snaps of a camera, so he started taking photos of me and just doing anything to harass me.
The basis of that was she told me that she had a nasty car accident and she couldn't bend because she had a back problem. Well, to me, that's another lie, because the photographs I did take, it just showed her bending down, and when her clothes at the back pulled up, you could see her back. And if the person can push a fly mow with one hand, I don't think there's much wrong with a person's back.
Wendy says she reported some of Mr. Brooker's alleged harassment to the council, but no action was taken. Meanwhile, Mr. Brooker decided to reinstate his boundary by hand.
So what I did, I measured 3 feet, put a chalk mark in with an arrow, and what happened was, when it rained, it blew the chalk mark away, so I painted it in. And she's saying, because I painted it over to her, underneath where the cat was going in, it's her property, it's not her property, it's still mine. She is the trespasser, not me.
But Wendy Attenborough had had enough. And it wasn't long before she declared all-out war. Peter and Marjana Knapp had recently moved to a quiet suburb of Cardiff. However, their neighbour Charles Gilbert had made life difficult from day one, leaving rubbish in their garden and threatening to blow up a new conservatory they were building. Despite their neighbours' objections, Peter and his friend went ahead with the new construction. But then they noticed something alarming.
When my friend waiting in the van, I asked him, "Do you smell petrol?" My friend said, "Yes, I smell petrol. Maybe this is, do you have some leak?" Yes. And he asked me, "Are you crazy? My van is new."
Petrol was exactly what he'd smelt, and it wasn't coming from his friend's van.
I continue collection my stuff from the van, and when I came back to the house, I feel everywhere some liquid, yes, strange liquid, strange smell. I frozen because I didn't know what's happened exactly. I closed my eye and quickly came back to the house. When I come in, I wash my eyes, face, everything. I didn't know what's happened exactly.
When I heard Peter was calling me, so I just came out. I walked to the kitchen and I saw him soaking in a petrol. So I asked him, what has happened? And he just told me that the neighbor put petrol over him. I was shocked. I just didn't know what to think about it at all. And he asked me to call the police.
Whilst Marjana was upstairs on the phone to the police, she heard a commotion going on downstairs.
He heard some voice getting out from the rear garden, so he went to check it out. He noticed that Charles was standing in the rear garden with a lit match. And then he quickly shut the door.
Completely crazy guy, completely.
The Knaps locked all the doors and waited anxiously for the police to arrive.
Well, we felt it basically like rats in a cage in our own house, which was really ridiculous, and the time was passing very slowly while we've been waiting for the police. The police came after about 40 minutes, so it was a long time anyway.
But when the police turned up, Charles Gilbert was nowhere to be seen.
They tried to arrest Charles. They've been knocking to his door. They tried to go through our rear garden into his garden, and there was no movement that anyone was there.
After a fruitless search, they gave up and promised to return the next day. But the Knaps were in for a terrifying night.
When the police have gone, we were scared. Charles might have been everywhere, and we were afraid that he could even explode our house. We were listening to, every single noise around. We were checking whether Charles could be somewhere around. We were also afraid that he could break into our house and just kill us. Do anything else I even can't imagine.
The next day, Charles was spotted in his house by another neighbour, and the police soon had his property surrounded.
Some of the policemen were waiting for Charles into his rear garden. Some of them were banging into the front door. And the neighbours ensured them that Charles is definitely in the house. So they just forced the door and they enter and they cuff him.
Charles Gilbert was arrested and placed on bail, but unsure if he'd return to the property, the Knaps were still living in fear.
For about either 24, 48 hours or maybe 3 days, we were still not sure what's going to happen, whether he will be allowed to go back home or not. And if he does, then he could just kill us.
And the stress started to take its toll.
I didn't go to work about 2-3 weeks because I couldn't sleep. I think all the time about the situation, how my life will be here, because I think about baby, but this situation, it was completely a shock for us.
I was scared. Since then, I think for a very long time, we did not feel safe into our own house.
In January 2014, Charles Gilbert was tried and found guilty of racially aggravated common assault and sentenced to 16 months imprisonment and a 10-year restraining order.
I think that something should have happened a while ago. It was like the eruption waiting to come then, if you know what I mean.
He's sort of outcast now because you can't do that, no matter what. They're a part of our community, they live here, they do the same as everybody else, look after the street.
Well, I was extremely happy and I thanked my husband straight away. Because, you know, in that way it means that we can stay in the house and we can lead a normal life.
In Sheffield, ex-paratrooper Rod Scott had fallen out with all his neighbours. His next-door neighbour, Mr. Hall, was on bail for attacking Rod with a knife. But Rod himself wasn't squeaky clean. He had a restraining order issued against him by his other neighbours. Although banned from communicating with them, Rod had been putting up threatening signs and had made gestures and shouted over the fence.
I put a sign up. I was arrested for the sign, and the other breach was an individual came over the top of the fence, and I was arrested for communicating with him. And the other one, there were some builders on the house next door, and I asked them if they would just bear witness to the harassments that I was getting from this neighbour, and I was arrested for that.
Rod was charged and found guilty of breaching his restraining order with his threatening behaviour and was sentenced to 4 months in jail, suspended for 18 months. After that, he kept himself to himself till some new neighbours arrived.
One evening, I was here with my friend Ian, and I saw him look up and he said, "Look at that." And we turned round and all I could see were little rats all running up into the bird feeder. And it was obvious that there was a nest somewhere.
Pretty soon the rats were all over the neighbourhood. And as Rod was the first to spot them, everyone thought they were breeding in his garden. But Rod thought differently.
Next door here, where you see the 2 kitchen extensions, there was a pipe going into the wall and there was a hole there. And the rats were going up there, getting into the cavity walls, and then eventually getting into the houses through the cavities. I was also getting them. I could lie in bed and I could hear them running around upstairs. It was obvious they were all coming from next door, from the Hall's residence, and that's what we had to look into.
Convinced he knew the culprit, Rod decided on a line of defence.
I had a rat trap. I think altogether I caught about 64 or 68 rats. And because the council wanted evidence of rats and so on and so forth, as I caught these, rather than throw them away, I had an old deep freezer in the garage so I could show them when they came up the kind of infestation that we had. And this is one that I kept for the council. Right, well, there we have one of Mr. Hall's best bred rats. And this is what we had to tolerate. On one occasion, when I had caught, I think 3 or 4 rats that day, continuously coming from the Hall side, I'd really had enough of this, and I threw one rat back into the Hall's garden, onto their grass.
While the battle with the rats continued, good news arrived when Mr. Hall was convicted after the knife fight on 2 counts of common assault.
He was found guilty on all counts. He was the one who came out and assaulted Ian, my friend, myself, and I feel that giving him 250 hours community work was a bit of an insult for, in my eyes, an attempted murder, because he'd been threatening to kill me for 23 months.
The Halls have now moved out of the house next door to Rod. They say they have never threatened Rod or called him a paedophile.
I think the Halls left Possibly living next door to a neighbour that they didn't get on with could be a contributing factor. I don't lose any sleep over it, I think, because of my background, that I've had far worse things than this. But it was just niggling. But I was thinking, thank God for that. I can have a little bit of peace now without being photographed, without being verbally abused. When they moved, then I thought, fantastic. I hope they move to the other side of the Pennines.
In Brighton, relations between Wendy Attenborough and her upstairs neighbour George Brooker had reached an all-time low. An argument over who owned a small area of path had erupted into violence. And having reported Mr. Brooker for harassment, Wendy decided to take matters into her own hands.
The council wouldn't help me to get any proof, and I couldn't afford a CCTV camera myself, so I got a fake one. It cost me a £5, and I put it on the wall on my side of the gate, and it just had a little flashing light. I mean, he probably knew it was fake, but he spray painted it.
Well, that was 99p in the pound 99p shop. She put it on the wall. If I'd have sprayed it, it wouldn't have made any difference, because it wasn't hiding anything at all, because it was only a 99p imitation, so it wasn't even a real camera. But I didn't spray it.
With paint on the camera and on her patio, Wendy felt the evidence against Mr. Brooker was mounting.
So I called the police, and they came and they arrested him for criminal damage and harassment.
How can I harass her? Well, you tell me.
They took him off and they kept him in the cells overnight and apparently strip searched him because he was being really aggressive to the police.
I was fingerprinted, DNA, the lot. And I stayed there for 9 hours on the lies she told. She was trespassing in my property. They should have arrested her, not me.
The next morning, Mr. Brooker was released without charge, but the argument still wasn't resolved.
There was a tiny bit of justice, but it just carried on. It just carried on. It didn't stop him.
6 months later, Wendy decided enough was enough.
When I moved out, I didn't tell anybody that I was moving. One day, the moving van came and I was gone. I still carry with me a lot of hurt and anger from what I was put through by Mr. Brooker, and it shouldn't happen to anybody else. And I really pity the new tenants.
Well, I'm quite happy she's moved, because the fence is gone now. If that fence hadn't have gone up, there wouldn't have been no different. We would have still been bringing each other's bins in and one thing and another. We do it, the lady downstairs does it now, and I do it for her. I think I'm a good neighbour.
In Sheffield, Rod Scott and his 2 sets of neighbours had come to blows. The Halls, who lived next door, had moved out, but they'd left something behind.
The Halls moved, and the new neighbour arrived, who I must say was a breath of fresh air, but he started to develop electrical problems. So I went round there, and eventually we traced it. I lifted out the floorboards, and the first thing we saw was a dead rat that was clamped onto the wire and quite dead. These were some of the rats that we took out from underneath the floor. And as far as I'm concerned, they have been cannibalised. The council came, the environmental people, and they witnessed all the evidence of the Hall's old house, and they confirmed that that was the source of the rats in the area.
Rod had freed mill houses of the rat plague, but the Halls still deny responsibility. Rod's other neighbours, who he'd been found guilty of harassing, then moved away too.
Did I breathe a sigh of relief? Well, I thought, well, this vindictiveness and maliciousness that I haven't really experienced in my life has now, hopefully, gone away.
But Rod's ordeal wasn't over. He had for some time been receiving a lot of mail and felt this wasn't a coincidence.
These coupons were being filled in my name, and as a result, I received about 2 meters of mail. It was all to do with aquability, paying for your funeral, invalid showers, mobility showers, but there were hundreds of these coming. I had no desire whatsoever to have any of this.
It wasn't just brochures for the elderly that were sent to Mr. Scott.
It says, "You still here, Scott? It's about bloody time that you off and move somewhere else. Convicted criminals like you shouldn't be living amongst decent people." I think these letters just tell you the story, that whoever is writing them is malicious, vindictive, and they've got a purpose in their sad little life to make my life a little uncomfortable.
The Halls have denied sending any letters, but Rod keeps a close eye on his neighbours and his post.
I feel that they won't stop, and I have no intention whatsoever of moving from this house.
Academic James Killian, his wife Angela and their 2 boys thought they would be living the dream when they moved to rural Wales. In 2006, they'd moved to their perfect home right on the edge of the Gower Peninsula.
Everything was ideal. The kids could do what they wanted, and Gower offered all the things that we had expected that it would offer.
We were out in the countryside, basically, and it was just ideal.
Their first encounters with neighbours were anything but.
Behind our property, we have a property called Cannesland Park, which is a mobile home site, mainly for retirement people. In fact, I think they have a rule which says that children are not allowed there.
We thought, well, you know, that's going to be quiet. Elderly people, there's not going to be any hassle. It's been just a nightmare. After a few months of living here, I came to the gate and I could see that there was a man with his dump truck and he was tipping out a load of rubble and sticks or whatever, and I shouted to him, I said, "You can't leave that rubbish there." And he shouted back and said, "It's my land." He said, "I can do what I like."
Angela pointed out they in fact had a right of way through the gate. And an hour later, the debris disappeared.
That was my first encounter with Mr. Cunningham.
Mr. Cunningham is the owner of the caravan park and landlord to the residents of the park.
It's a funny place. It was originally, I think, mobile homes, but since then they've become semi-mobile homes, but they are essentially like a Winnebago on stilts.
Although the family heard nothing more from Mr. Cunningham and the residents of the park, this was to be the start of a very nasty relationship. The family continued to enjoy their dream life, but kept an ever watchful eye on the caravan park that lay behind the trees at the end of their garden.
We'd been here about 5 years then, and everything had been lovely. We were just minding our own business. Every weekend there'd be a house full of children.
But their next encounter with their neighbours put an end to their domestic bliss.
Our son went down there once, and we had all kinds of aggravation from them in relation to children aren't allowed down here and this kind of thing, but that was the only contact we had.
However, what happened in May 2012 would change their lives forever.
It was a cracking hot day. We hadn't had a day like that for a long time.
We were out in the garden trying to tidy it up, and I was cutting this hedge.
We had some twigs that had naturally fallen off the tree here, and we decided to burn them and get rid of them. So I had made the fire, something similar, maybe about twice the size of that, nothing bigger than that. And I set light to it. And obviously there was a little bit of smoke when it started off, but it was a dead calm day. There was nothing happening at all, and the smoke just went up and more or less disappeared.
And then I heard a lady shouting over the fence, so that's when I started to walk over.
A head popped over the fence, but I didn't speak to them. My wife spoke to them, whoever they were.
And she said to put the fire out.
And they were complaining about a small amount of smoke that really wasn't going in their direction anyway.
She was quite nasty. She was quite abrupt. I said, OK, so we'll put it out. And with that, I turned to my husband and I said, put the fire out, will you? And I said, we've got to keep the peace. Famous last words.
So I had put 2 buckets of water on the fire, I had scattered it out, and I was getting another bucket of water to put on it.
And then I remembered that the Chelsea Flower Show was on, and that's when I went back inside.
As I was coming back from the tap with a 3rd bucket of water from over there, and I was walking back like this with the bucket of water, and as I got to this position, I saw a man coming from the corner of my garden who had forced his way in. It was at this point that he pulled a hammer out from behind his back and hit me over the head with it.
My husband had blood all over his face, and I thought he was dead.
Trian and Carla Ellis and their 4-year-old son Lorenzo live on a street like any other, on the outskirts of Banbury in Oxfordshire.
We're just an ordinary family. We don't do anything massively interesting.
We like our privacy. We're not socially inept. We're quite happily...
We're polite people.
They had been there for 3 years when in 2005 the Page family moved in next door. And at first they got on fine.
The only thing I would say is that they appeared a little bit maybe over-friendly.
But after 4 years, things changed.
At the beginning of 2009, when there was the recession, Mrs. Page had told us that Mr. Page's business had been hit quite hard. In April, we went to Australia to get married.
It probably seemed out of their window.
We were doing really well.
According to the Ellises, the divide deepened as the Pages found their unkempt garden an eyesore.
Because I don't think he had much work, he put his focus into doing their garden, and I just got the impression that we had to follow suit.
It was around that time that he stopped speaking to us.
Every time they saw the Ellises, the Pages would stand and stare, but say nothing. The couple felt intimidated, but then other bizarre stuff started happening.
What we've got here is some examples of junk mail that we were getting. This one's addressed to Mr. Alfred Wagner, which never heard of that.
Most of it seemed to be based around gardening magazines. If you look at the names, Mr. A. Wagner and Mr. A. Kent, if you change a couple of the letters, so Mr. A. Wagner could read Mr. A. something rather offensive.
It's all very psychological, just almost a bit creepy, as if somebody is playing psychological games.
We'd had snide comments from Mr. and Mrs. Page about weeds in our garden. You know, you sort of piece 2 and 2 together and we think it's them sending it to us.
Trian was convinced this was a personal attack, but without any proof, they had no choice but to get on with their lives.
We'd been trying for a baby, and then in June 2010, we found out I was pregnant, which was very good news.
But then something unnerving happened.
And we didn't plan to tell anybody until I'd had the 12-week scan.
Around week 10 or 11, I went out on a school reunion. One of the girls that was there was a friend of Mrs. Page's, and she congratulated me on my news. She told me that Mrs. Page had told her, to which I was dumbfounded, I think.
We did have a bit of paranoia, if you like, of how has she got that information, and it can only be from earwigging in a conversation that we've had inside our own home.
However the Pages found out, they decided not to let their paranoia run away with them. But then the disturbing events became more visible.
Unfortunately, I was very sick during my pregnancy. When I felt slightly better, I used to try and go out for a walk each day, just to the end of the road and back. Each time I went out, Mr. and Mrs. Page would come out shortly after me and follow me up the road. It happened too many times for it to be a coincidence. I came out at different times every day, and every time I came out, they'd be out as well. I found it quite scary and intimidating.
Being pregnant and often on her own, Carla was terrified by the neighbours' constant presence and alarming stares. So in August 2010, they took drastic measures.
With the following, that was the final nail in the coffin. So we called the police and asked for their help. We wanted to get it sorted out before we had the baby.
The police told the Ellises they had instructed the Pages to stop following Carla. But rather than putting an end to their nightmare, it was only just the beginning. In Wales, James and Angela Killian had been living in relative peace with the caravan park next door, when in 2012, an irate resident stormed into their garden. It was 72-year-old, 18-stone James Sharrod.
It was at this point that he pulled a hammer out from behind his back and hit me over the head with it, just at this position. I naturally put my hand up, just pure instinct and self-preservation, I guess, but he made contact with my head and then continued to hit me in a motion like this on top of my head, and I went right down on the ground here immediately, and he was on top of me. I was in such a state of concussion, panic and terror, so I then started shouting and screaming.
As soon as I looked over, I could see that there was a man on top of my husband, and my husband had blood all over his face, and I thought he was dead.
And then luckily my wife came out, running and shouting from the back of the house, and managed to push him off me.
He had the hammer in his hand, and I said, "You've been hitting him with that hammer." And he came up to me with his chest out, and he put it behind his back and said, "What hammer?"
So I then had a fork over here, a pitchfork, so I went and picked that up, and I held it like this.
And that's when I said, "No, don't." I said, "You'd be as bad as them."
Then, all of a sudden then, I heard some shouting coming from the road, and a cyclist had been passing by. There was blood everywhere. Blood was all over the place. As the cyclist said, I looked like something out of a horror picture.
That's when they turned tail and just went through the gap.
The horrified cyclist called the police.
Police came and tried to find the hammer. They couldn't find the hammer, yet he's 20 yards, 30 yards from the boundary. This is a picture of my head afterwards, just immediately after leaving hospital. You can see I had 8 stitches across here. There were lumps underneath the hairline, where he also had hit me but hadn't cracked the skin open throughout the hairline. At the time, I thought I was having my last breath. I thought the game was up.
Well, we didn't sleep at all. We were just in total shock. We just couldn't believe that something like that could happen. If I hadn't been here, then he'd have been dead.
The attacker was park resident James Sharrod, who was arrested at the scene and charged with wounding, inflicting grievous bodily harm. The attack may have only lasted seconds, but its effects would change their lives forever.
These are the medicines that I have to take now. The picture itself doesn't really belie the damages that it has caused to me directly, between the symptoms of brain atrophy, chronic back pain, where I have trapped vertebrae and so on, trapped nerves leading to sciatica, and some days I can't walk at all. My wife is a mental wreck, really. She won't go anywhere at all now without me with her.
It has made me a prisoner in my own home, yes, definitely. After the attack, our children were too scared to go out in the garden. I was too scared to let them out in the garden even.
She's been traumatized mentally in relation to this, and the fear and anguish she has is inexplicable, really.
In court, Sharrod pleaded not guilty, but he was convicted of wounding and sentenced to 12 months in prison.
As the judge said, if he was a few years younger, he'd be getting 10 to 15 years. Does it mean then if you pass 50 or 60, you can do what you want with a 2-pound lump hammer?
Despite James's attacker being in prison, things were about to take a disturbing twist when the caravan park owner tried to claim some of their garden.
Our trees have gone.
In Southampton, 54-year-old Laurel Wingfield lives in a ground floor flat overlooking a communal garden. She's been here since 2006, and suffering from ME, the easy access meets her every need.
Before I became ill, I was very active. I was an archaeologist. I did martial arts. I cycled everywhere. Life now is very difficult. Everything's a struggle.
As her illness worsened, the communal gardens became an important focus.
This is a garden that I created with the help of a friend. I could look out and see the roses and the bedding plants. And it was just nice to make something pleasant here. And it just looked as if a lot of hard work had gone into it.
Unfortunately for Laurel, not all the residents appreciated the new planting.
Well, a friend who had helped me to put this together, she would be working on the garden and she'd start to notice that there was dog feces all over it. I thought, how selfish, just how selfish of someone to do that.
It wasn't long before Laurel thought she'd spotted the culprit. Rocco, the Highland Terrier. His owner was Harry Mitchell, a retired policeman.
The first time I met Harry was when I was seeing a friend off late at night, and then out of the corner of my eye, I saw Harry come from behind the block with his dog, and I knew that somebody had been taking the dog around there to mess on the garden. And I asked him, have you just taken your dog around there to mess on the garden? And the response was the most unbelievable flood of abuse. Just shouting, just a constant torrent of noise. He accused me of going into the garden myself and messing in the garden myself.
Outraged at her neighbour, but terrified to confront him again, she reported him and his dog to the council. They responded by sending a warning letter to all residents, including Harry, stating that dogs are not permitted to foul common areas.
On the day that the letter arrived, I was in the kitchen and I saw Harry come from his flat across the communal area, marching across. He looked furious. And he started yelling at me, I know it was you, I know it was you. I tried to reason with Harry. I tried to point out, look, it says in the tenancy agreement, people who have dogs have to keep control of them. And then I saw his face go red. And his eyes started to shine with rage. And he snarled, why you? And I realised he's going to attack me. And I had to slam the door in his face. But I've lived in fear of that man ever since.
Harry denies all knowledge of this event. Terrified of tackling Harry directly, Laurel reported every dog poo she spotted to the council. But with Harry fiercely insisting it was not Rocco, the council put up a gate to stop dogs coming into the garden. But these new gates created an even bigger problem for Laurel.
I need the gates to be left open because with my disability, I'm dependent on a mobility scooter. When the back gate was closed, I had to get off my mobility scooter to open the gate. As well as having chronic fatigue, I have balance problems. There's a very real risk of me falling.
Laurel hoped that leaving the gate open would resolve her problem.
There was one occasion when I needed to go somewhere, and I thought it would be easier if I went out and opened it, and then I could go through it on my scooter later. Harry came out from behind the fence on the other side of the path, closed the gate, and stood there holding it closed. I don't know his reasoning, why it's so important to him that they be kept closed. I can only guess that it's so that his dog can't run out on the road.
The gate now became a new problem for the whole community, and Laurel insisted that it stopped her getting to her house.
Harry actually came around and stood on my patio so that I couldn't park my scooter. And he was threatening me with sending me a solicitor's letter just because I left the gate open. Harry was talking so loudly that night that half the block must have heard him.
Laurel's upstairs neighbour, Samantha Owen, heard the row.
I could hear an argument brewing. Harry was talking to her in a raised voice and making threats to her. He was loud. I mean, if I could hear it through a closed door while watching TV, then, you know, you could hear it at the end of the block.
His behaviour was aggressive. It was just a noise. He's just talking all the time. I couldn't reply because he just wouldn't stop talking.
You don't accost people, disabled women at night, in the dark, in their back garden. It was pure intimidation.
Harry has denied all knowledge of this event. In Oxfordshire, Trian and Carla Ellis believed their neighbours had launched a persistent campaign of psychological terror against them.
The next thing we noticed was that Mr. Page was starting to block up one of the windows on his house.
In March 2012, when putting her son to bed, Carla noticed something ominous from his bedroom window.
As I stood here, I could see the breeze blocks going further and further up, and on the centre one there was a picture of a person's eye with a pupil and eyelashes looking directly at me. We took that to be another cryptic message that they're still watching us. They'd had warnings from the police not to follow us, and we just took it as their way of saying, we can't follow you, but we can watch you, we're still watching you. It's just disgusting, horrifying, shocking, I suppose.
Suspecting the eye was there to spy, they became even more troubled by bizarre goings-on near their property.
I arrived home to find some bricks on the boundary on Mr. and Mrs. Page's drive, just here, in the shape of a T for, I'm presuming, Trian, and then an upside-down V, which was a bit strange. The only thing I can think of is it was a Mickey take out of my teeth.
For Trian, this was no joke. So far, the incidents had been psychological. But in June 2012, over 3 years since the trouble started, things got very physical.
I was woken up with a jolt with hammering on the door. I was half asleep, wasn't sure what it was. I was here alone on my own with an 18-month-old baby. So then I decided that I wouldn't go down the stairs, I'd go through and I'd open the window. Looked out, realised that it was actually Luke Page from next door kicking my front door in.
I was the other side of the county when Carla phoned me in a panic.
I asked him what he wanted and he just shouted at me, "Where's Trian with I'm gonna effing kill him?" And I said, "He's not here." And he said, "Just tell me where he is, you effing bitch."
So I made my way to the police station, and then the police followed me back home to make sure it was all calm. Predatory behaviour. Just shows that they're watching us come in, watching us go in, preying on us. And it's a psychological game.
Your home is supposed to be your sanctuary, somewhere you want to go, somewhere where you chill out and relax and have fun. We dread coming home.
Still panicked, the next morning, Carla found a note.
And it said, "To Carla, sorry I knocked on your door last night. I know I should not have done it. I'd had some beer and acted like a fool. Again, sorry, from Luke Page." So I was quite pleased that they'd sent an apology, but at the same time, it was a bit half-hearted, and I don't think you can ever apologise enough for scaring somebody like that in the middle of the night and trying to kick their front door in. So, you know, a little bit of paper with the word sorry on it doesn't amount to anything, really.
The police told the Ellises that Luke Page had received a verbal harassment order. But despite this, their nightmare was far from over.
I'd come to the park with Lorenzo on a nice, cold October afternoon. We were the only ones in the park. I look up and I've got Mr. and Mrs. Page stood there, facing me, just staring. And by the time I'd stood up and went to grab my phone, they then started to walk away.
Trian managed to capture something on his mobile phone, and he was convinced the shadowy figures in the distance were the Pages. He showed it to the police and believes the Pages were told to stop following them once again.
It was horrible.
And as if things weren't spooky enough, a Halloween prank would bring more unease for Trian.
It was on 1st of November, day after Halloween. Came out onto the drive at 5 o'clock and my truck was parked here. And what I found was eggs sprayed across at this angle, all across the bed, all at the back of the cab. There must have been 10 eggs. You could see the markings on the shells. I gathered as much of the eggs up as I could. I went to the police station. I wanted to know if there was any evidence that we could obtain from them. The police said that they wouldn't be able to obtain any forensic evidence off of an eggshell.
Trian thought things couldn't get any worse, but he was soon to be proved very wrong. In Wales, James Killian had been viciously attacked by a resident of the caravan park next door.
Since the attack, I have serious depression. I see the futility of life. I'm basically a shell of my former self.
His attacker, James Sharrod, had been released on a tag, but was not allowed to return home to the caravan park. For now, James and Angela could breathe a sigh of relief and decided to take a short break.
The morning after we arrived back from our lovely holiday, I got out of bed and I went to the window, and that's when I saw that our trees had gone. And I turned to my husband. I said, "Our trees have gone." And he said, "Well, what do you mean our trees have gone?" I said, "They've gone." I said, "Somebody's taken them away."
I just couldn't believe it. I was in shock and agog. This is what the garden was like. All these trees were in situ here. Approximately 8 trees in the background. Now you can see that there's nothing there. So he cleared the place out like for a building site, which was his intention, to take the land over. Because I'd already communicated with Cunningham saying I was taking the trees down, it was my land, and I was going to build a wall there, because the bloke in the second shack attacked me with a 2-pound lump hammer, 12 months earlier.
There it is, all starting again.
The trees were on the Killians' land and provided the only barrier between them and the caravan park. So when Mr. Cunningham appeared at the end of their garden, Angela was afraid.
I grabbed the video camera and I went out to see what was going on.
I see you've knocked our trees down. No, we are doing that. We're going to be doing our wall.
I was absolutely so nervous and I'm shaking like a leaf.
Yeah, but are you going to put it in the right place?
Well,
because you've obviously been on our property and taken our trees.
We have got in writing that where the boundary is, we've all planted the trees.
Oh, no, you don't. We've got that.
Well, can you not do anything until we get a surveyor here to mark the boundary correctly?
Okay, that's all right. There's nothing we're going to fall out about.
Well, look, we have been ill. I'm still recovering, okay?
I know you had trouble, and I know you had trouble with that chappie there.
Yeah, that bastard there, yes.
James was convinced Cunningham was trying to steal 5 feet of their garden and put the fence up before he noticed. So he called in a surveyor.
This is where the trees were, along this edge, like that. You can see my boundary is further out. We wouldn't have needed to take the trees away at all in the first place, because there's sufficient distance here. And what he wants to do is try and claim the land from there into approximately here, for the simple reason that the owner of this caravan site wants to return another mobile home. So therefore, he tried to encroach on this land. But he's well known for this kind of behaviour, because he's done it before.
Although James had reclaimed his land, with the trees gone, they were now exposed, and they were about to get very disturbing news about the man who had attacked him.
In July of this year, we were informed that Sherrod was back at his home, which is essentially 30 yards from our boundary. He's there living enjoying the freedom of Gower, enjoying the freedom of this nice, beautiful area, but we can't. We're terrified. We're living here in fear that he's going to come around and do it again.
In Southampton, Laurel Wingfield had come to blows with her neighbour, Harry Mitchell, when she suspected his dog of defecating in the shared garden.
Harry is always picking up anything that's laying around anyway. I stand outside and have a cigarette dead on 10 o'clock, and he's always out there, picking up any rubbish and whatever the dog's left, I suppose.
And he's very good to you, isn't he?
He's very good to me, yes.
With the neighbourhood divided, Laurel and Samantha started legal action against the council to have the gates removed. They lost.
And if she's not happy in that situation, she needs to ask the council for a move.
Yeah.
Where there is no gate.
Quite frankly, if a gate's put on there, it's put on there for a reason, isn't it?
Of course it is.
But not long after, the gate totally disappeared.
One particular day, and I saw her unscrewing hinges, but I didn't realise at the time that's what she was actually doing. It wasn't until later on in the day that I noticed the gate was off and was in our courtyard. So she's obviously been taking the gate off.
Did somebody saw me do it? Well, how could they? I didn't do it.
With the gate no longer a problem for Laurel, she turned her attention back to her neighbour's dog.
The council asked me, do I have any proof that the dog was running loose? So I started filming the dog. It's about 9:25 a.m. And yes, there's Harry's dog again. I was sitting here filming Harry's dog running loose. Now over 12 minutes. He should shut that dog out. Now he doesn't know what to do. As I was filming, Harry came out. He saw me and he started shouting at me.
Do you mind, madam?
Do I mind what?
Do you mind?
Oi! You were assaulting me, Harry.
I'm not assaulting you. You're assaulting me by taking pictures.
His arm shot out. He grabbed me by the wrist with one hand and he tried to take my camcorder with the other hand. You are assaulting me and I'm going to have you arrested. I am getting evidence that you are breaking your tenancy agreement by letting your dog run loose, unsupervised and uncontrolled in a communal area.
I didn't know he was out.
Oh, you didn't know he was out?
No, I've been indoors with my wife. She's in the shower.
You opened the door, put him outside, shut the door.
No, I did not. No, I did not. He might have come out while doing some washing out, but I didn't see him come out. I'm sorry, Laura. I did not see him come out this door.
You just assaulted me and I'm going to report you.
I did not assault you.
Yes, you did. You grabbed me.
I pushed the camera out the way. Don't lie.
I was in shock. I thought he was going to hit me.
The police were called, and Laurel claims they agreed to talk with Harry under caution. No other action was taken. Despite this, Harry holds no grudge.
I'm quite happy to make the peace. If no one came to me for help, or anybody in here, I'll do the same as I normally do, help them.
Harry denies all allegations made by Laurel on behalf of himself and Rocco. Laurel is continuing to complain to the council about the poo in the garden and is determined to get evidence.
Oh, and I finally caught him messing on the grass. Yep, finally got proof.
In Oxfordshire, the Ellis family had been victims of a series of psychological attacks that have left them afraid to leave their home. Trian Ellis is convinced their next-door neighbours, the Pages, are behind it and has desperately been gathering evidence to prove it to the police.
Okay, so this is a bag of evidence that I've gathered over the years. The cork has been thrown at our bedroom window. We have a leaflet to do with gardening yet again, the white pebble with the green paint, which is off the back of our Picasso when it was stoned. An array of cigarette ends, various different stones, all the stones match. I mean, I'm not a stone expert, but... And then we've got the squeaky toy that was thrown
into our garden, and that's an old toy that's been thrown in at some point.
But one night, they were disturbed by something far more dangerous when they heard an alarming noise outside.
I went to the office and had a quick look to see if I could see it. There was nothing on our drive, nobody on our drive.
So we just brushed it off, didn't we?
The next morning, Trian turned detective again.
As soon as I closed the gate, I clocked it straight away. Big bit of the paint missing on the car. And when I detailed, I could see it had been pellet gunned. And then it just, I froze. And it's like, is this really happening? And then it all fell together. The noise on the glass we heard last night must have been coming off of the car. And then your mind's going crazy. Am I next?
The police, however, could find no evidence, leaving the Ellises terrified for their safety.
After the car had been shot, we started having conversations about bullet vests and us wearing bullet vests. Who has conversations about wearing bullet vests, in all seriousness, just to walk around your own property? But that is the crazy level that this was now at.
Trian and Carla presented their latest batch of evidence to the police.
The police looked at all the evidence and called Mr. and Mrs. Page in to be questioned under caution, to which they both got a written harassment warning.
But the Ellises were also in for a nasty surprise.
I'd just got home from work and then I had a police officer banging on the door and slapped 2 pieces of paper on my ironing board and said, "There's a written harassment warning for you and one for Trian."
And the harassment warning stated that an allegation of me calling Mr. and Mrs. Page paedophiles.
Allegations which the Ellises fiercely deny. By now, the Ellises were desperate to expose the Pages.
Everything they do is so covert that all of the other neighbours round here have absolutely no idea.
We want this out in the open because we've been living with this silently for too long, haven't we? They are trying to control us by instilling that fear into us and the intimidation and the games and the psychological
abuse.
Although they still have no proof, Trian and Carla are convinced they are the subject of a campaign against them. When we asked the Pages for their version of events, they didn't respond.
I think I would have probably moved some time ago, if I'm being honest.
I completely disagree. I don't see why we should be forced to move out of a house that we like in an area that we like just because somebody next door wants to set up a campaign against you.
In Wales, the Killians were still reeling from the caravan park owner trying to take 12 foot of land. And with their trees gone, there was no peace from some of the residents of the caravan park next door.
Stop it.
You did nothing at all. You said to my wife said you're being killed. You said, so what? The truth always comes out. Never forget that. Scumbag.
Most worrying, the neighbour who attacked James with a hammer reappeared on the caravan site after being convicted and serving time for wounding.
This is where I was standing, and I was looking at my garden and seeing the weeds when I noticed Mr. Sharrod and his wife and another lady out in the garden. And my first reaction was to go back in, and then I thought, no, I'll stand my ground and face my fears, as I say. With that, I heard faintly that, oh, we're being watched, and they were all laughing. And then with that, Mr. Sharrod did a little jig and a bow like this.
Clearly, Mr. Sharrod feels no remorse whatsoever in any shape or form. And these actions in the past couple of days prove that.
I felt intimidated.
We contacted Mr. Sharrod and Mr. Cunningham for their version of events, and neither of them chose to respond. While the family are waiting for their new fence to go up, James has begun protecting them in other ways.
Because of this attack and because of the trauma involved in the attack, we needed some added security. So we installed some CCTV cameras, 10 in all. And the system looks like we've got here. It's recording 24/7, day and night.
Even with the CCTV, Angela is looking forward to finally being cut off from their neighbours.
Well, I find it quite unnerving, actually. It's the first time, basically, I've been out here. See all the memories, you know, flashing back. Just want everything to finish now. You know, we want to put our fence up there, enclose our garden again, and just get on with our lives and just forget those people down there.
In the meantime, Mr. Killian's PhD is on hold. And the whole family's life has been turned upside down.
My youngest son said, we don't laugh anymore. And that's basically how it's been.
The transformation has been tremendous to my family, wife, and their well-being. Why should my kids have to suffer because of this violent, ignorant criminal?
Even now, I still see my husband with that man on top of him, thinking that he was dead. You know, that horror I don't suppose will ever go.
In 2002, Steve and Eve Bedford moved to the east of Leeds with their 2 young children, Jason and Samantha.
I grew up over here and we just wanted to be near the friends and family.
Next door lived David and Janet Sheldon, who had been in the area for a number of years.
Janet and David introduced themselves, seemed like an okay couple. Over the years, we got to know them reasonably well, thought they were all right.
I think we made them a meal and a cup of tea and what have you, because you don't have anything going when you first moved in. And they were all right.
The 2 families soon formed a firm friendship, and when the Sheldons renewed their wedding vows, they immediately thought of their next-door neighbours.
I was asked to be David's best man.
We went up to Gretna Green with about 40 of us, didn't we? And had a weekend up there. We had a right good time.
Everything seemed fine.
We thought we were good friends. That's all I can say, and that's all I can say. We were good friends.
But 3 years after the wedding, it all changed. It started with the Bedford's daughter, Sam, who was then 14.
My friend was round and my cousin was round, and I'd walked out my drive and we'd got to here where the Sheldon's drive is, and he was doing some work under his car, and all of a sudden he just come out with, "Oh, you're still as ugly as ever, aren't you, Sam?" And I just laughed it off because I thought, that's just David being David. And then my cousin said, "Oh, well, I must be just as ugly because I'm a cousin." And then from that, he'd said, basically, if I wasn't under this car, I'd kick your head in and get your dad down and I'll do him in as well. I think we were all scared because obviously it's a grown man and he's threatening 3 young girls.
Steve Bedford, Samantha's father, was too far away to hear the conversation, but he would soon know about it.
David came storming across the road, shouting and bawling, carrying on, absolutely, completely lost the plot, shouting what he were going to do to her, that blonde girl. And initially we didn't know what we were talking about or who we was talking about. What are you on about, David? And her with the blonde hair, I'm going to cave her head in. I said to him 3 times, David, what's the problem? What has she said? And I'll have a word. And all he could reply was, I don't know.
This conversation was overheard by a neighbour who backs up Steve Bedford's version. But David Sheldon recalls the events differently.
The cousin was making comments about, racist comments, to be honest with you, about my family and me. I'm pretty dark myself, like, and I'd just come back from Cyprus again, and I saw quite dark. Anyway, they went off laughing and giggling. And I went over and then talked to Steve about it. I said, look, Steve, have a word with her. It's not nice, that sort of thing.
Samantha Bedford denies that any racist comments were made by herself or her cousin.
I'm not a violent person, mate. I don't have to be. As it's been said, I am a black belt at martial arts. I don't have to prove anything. I don't have to go around threatening people. It's not my way.
The friendship was over, but soon afterwards, when the Sheldons went on holiday, they came back to a nasty surprise.
And for some reason, there was a massive great chunk cut out of our edge at front. So we went round and just asked, you know, what's this all about? And all we got was, we can't see anything wrong.
Don't know what you're
And she was laughing her head off with Eve.
Yeah.
Eve Bedford had a different story. She claims that David Sheldon became violent and threatening.
He blew into a rage. He started swearing and blinding at me. Then all of a sudden he came right into my face, lifted both his hands to either side of my head, pulsating his fists, and he said, I'm going to cave your skull in. I've never been so scared in my life.
Anyway, next thing, police came.
Accusing me of assaulting Eve, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But when the police arrived, there were two versions to the story. And according to the Sheldons, it was Eve Bedford that was throwing the punches at Janet.
And we explained what was going on, and Janet showed up bruises that she'd got where Eve was physically assaulted her.
I had bruises where she grabbed hold of my arm, and when she closed the gate, my elbow got cut. And they asked me if I wanted to take it any further. To be honest, I wish I had done.
Because it was assault, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Eve Bedford denies these allegations, but from this moment on, it was all-out war for the once best friends.
Oh, wait!
Yeah, just go home. Just go home.
Near the market town of Chippenham in the Cotswolds lives Phil Rice in the ground floor flat of a two-storey council block.
They're really, really good down here. You know, if we do have issues, and we say minor issues, it's forgotten about the next day or in the next few days, you know, and then we just get on like one big family.
Phil's an exotic bird enthusiast and shares his flat with a treasured collection of canaries and budgies.
That's 5 baby budgies in there. You know, if I was to sell them private, I could get probably between £10 and £20 a bird for them all, depending on their quality. It's a good hobby.
He'd lived here for more than 3 years, when in 2007, a new neighbour moved into the block next door.
He come out of there, the entrance there to the 3 flats here, and he basically introduced himself as saying words along the lines, "Hi, I'm Bob, pleased to meet you." And with the first initial meeting, thought he was quite a decent neighbour.
And within weeks of moving in, Keep Fit enthusiast Bob Williamson made an early attempt at bonding with Phil when he was having tea in his flat one day with friends.
There was like a knock at the window, like that, and it was Mr. Williamson, and he was coming out like saying, "Oh, you lot ought to come circuit training, you lot ought to weight training and this, that and the other, and salsa dancing."
But Phil wasn't impressed with Bob.
Salsa dancing isn't for me, not my type of thing. At the start off, we thought he was trying to be friendly, but when he kept doing it, we were thinking along the lines, oh, he's annoying.
Bob denies this event ever took place, but although he lives in a separate building to Phil, the two blocks share a communal yard. And Phil's habit of bringing his noisy birds out there didn't go down well with Bob.
Bob was complaining about the noise level they were making, but, you know, for hell's sake, they're birds. They're going to make noise, you know. It's not like they're cockerels. It's ludicrous. I've never heard any like it, to be quite honest with you.
There were growing tensions between the neighbours, but one summer afternoon, this was to go up a level when Phil and his friends were out in the communal yard having a party.
I was walking from the shop with ciders and burgers and sausages where we were having a barbecue out the back. We got to roughly around about this point then. Robert was on this driveway and he was fiddling about with stuff in his van, and then he seen me where I am now at this point, and he shouted, "When are you going to turn that noise down? When are you going to stop?" and all this sort of business. Got his hands in his pocket like that. He said, I got to put my 5-year-old son to bed, he said, in a minute. And this was like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And then with that, he got his hand in his pocket and he threw the keys like that. And then he just walked up to me like that. So he's like trying to make himself big. It scared me a bit because I thought he was going to come for me. I honestly, genuinely thought he was going to come for me and lay his hands on me or assault me or whatever.
According to Phil, Bob's complaint was that the music in the courtyard was too loud.
The volume, I would say, was at a reasonable level, and we turned it down at a reasonable time and stopped playing the music at a reasonable time.
Phil called the police.
It was left that the police had just basically warned him of his conduct in the street for public order.
Bob denies this took place.
I walked off to the back garden there, the back communal yard there, and carried on regardless, drinking cider and having a few burgers.
But this was just the beginning of the Battle of the Neighbours. In Leeds, the Bedford family had fallen out with their former best friends and neighbours, the Sheldons. Both families were now at war after a row between Steve Sheldon and the Bedford's 14-year-old daughter Sam, and things weren't getting any better.
I'd come out of my house and then I'd hear the car engine turn on. And obviously they'd speed up a bit and go past me with a grin and waving and stuff like that. And then I'd come to this bus stop and usually my friend would be here waiting as well. Janet would normally drive past really slowly, giving it all the big grins and the smiling and the waving as if to say, like, we're getting away with it and trying to intimidate me and obviously upset me or make me feel angry.
But once again, the Sheldons have a different version of the story.
Janet had been complaining to me that she was frightened to go to work on a morning because Samantha and a friend were terrorising her front bus stop. Am I right? Shouting abuse at her and gestures and all sorts.
David Sheldon says that one morning he followed his wife to work, hoping to catch Samantha Bedford in the act.
Went down, turned right at the end, and I'm coming along, and I saw it for myself. Yeah. They were giving her loads of abuse from the bus stop.
But Samantha recalls things differently.
He'd slowed right down and opened his car door, and he was shouting, "Come here, I'm gonna kick your head in," waving his hands about at me, just trying to basically intimidate me. I was terrified, absolutely terrified.
The police were called, but no further action was taken by them. But according to the Bedfords, the Sheldons had other ways to antagonise them.
They now have some sort of a bird noise tweeting away in the background all the time in the garden.
I think you'll find these are them, the front pound shop. We have about 3 or 4 out garden. We like bird song, and when these start up, they set the other birds going. What's wrong with bird singing?
Feeling intimidated, the Bedfords put up CCTV, and one evening it caught something alarming. Once again, it was their daughter Sam who was at the centre of the row.
It was a really hot summer's night and I was like asleep here, and it got to like early hours in the morning and they'd come back and his wife was stood next to him shining a torch in my bedroom window. And then they were both stood there saying, "Get out of bed, I just want to kill you all," and he just kept repeating what he was saying. I was terrified because I was only like young at the time. Sorry.
But the Sheldons claim they weren't even home that weekend, and they have the paperwork to prove it.
We went to be Saturday, Sunday, and we came back bank holiday
Monday. We came back early on the Monday.
When they did get home, this time they were in for a nasty surprise.
You couldn't see my back garden for pieces of trees. He'd actually attacked our trees.
The Sheldons claim Mr. Bedford had cut their trees and entered their property to do so.
He lifted the panel up.
And there's a stick.
Whilst the Bedfords were well within their rights to cut back the overhanging branches, it is illegal to enter another person's property without permission. Neither family can prove exactly what happened that weekend, but what is clear is that the neighbours' war continued.
Got any next door neighbours now? This man is not a problem, is it?
Look with you, what are you staring at me for?
On the outskirts of Carlisle live builder Phil and his wife Vicky Cochran. They moved to this bungalow 10 years ago and have fitted in well with the predominantly retired community.
I've done all kinds of things for a lot of people on the street, quite a few. I've done extensions, I've done boilers.
You do out for anybody on here, and especially the old people. You know, it's been to move the snow and everything when it's snowing on the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning off the drive so they can get out. It's too soft, and I'm sick of telling him that.
The area, however, did have one recurring problem.
The houses are very nice, but the full street has a big issue, and it's all to do with water. So when it rains, because the soil is only about 10 inches deep, everything else is clear. So I've done drainage and all that at my own property, as well as doing it at other people's properties in the street.
A few years later, Mrs. Geddes, a former mayor of Carlisle, and her husband William moved into the bungalow across the road.
You know, we were friendly neighbours, and I speak to everybody on the street.
A few years after moving in, Mrs. Geddes asked Phil to do some work on her house.
And Mrs. Geddes pestered the life out of me every time I came home from work to see if I would do the same job at her house, because she had the same damp issues. The original quotation that I gave her for the £1,700 was from the right-hand side of the house along the front. Then she asked me to do right down into the back garden because that used to flood. So I agreed, it's not a problem. I said, yeah, while we're here, we might as well do it. So we did. I completed the job, gave her the bill, and that's when it all started.
Phil's initial quote for Mrs. Geddes of £1,700 had grown, because of the extra work she'd asked for, to over £3,000.
She said she couldn't afford to pay all that money. So I subsequently said, well, give us it here because I'll go and sort it out. I'll doctor it a little bit.
Phil knocked £750 off the bill, but Mrs. Geddes allegedly said she still couldn't afford it.
I said, well, I can't really knock any more money off, Jackie, because it's actually cost me money now.
It was important to get the money because we paid, you know, the materials, we paid the wages for the lads that done the job. So, you know, we needed that money back.
A few months later, Phil reissued the invoice. With interest added and discounts removed, it now came to over £4,000.
Now she needs to pay up. Obviously, if she doesn't pay, then I'm considering legal action.
But once again, the invoice remained unpaid.
It's not good. You take people on trust, you know, and especially a neighbour. If somebody says they're not going to pay, I'm just disheartened by it.
Phil decided to make one last attempt to recover his money by sending his business partner, Brian Ridley, to talk to Mrs. Geddes and record the conversation for him.
I was waiting for my business partner to come back out of the house, Mrs. Geddes' house, to see if he's actually got the payment from her. They were in there, I think, about 45 minutes.
Dean sent me a pick a check up. The works that was carried out.
Right, well,
7665.
you might be doing that, but it didn't solve the problem. And that invoice is false.
How comes?
Because it was agreed that the cost would be 1,600.
He just says, we've got no chance of getting the money, and she says she's not happy. I said, not happy with what? She says, not happy with the job. So I said, well, why is it taking her nearly 6 months to tell you that she's not happy with the job? She lives right opposite.
He's got a track record.
Right.
Trading standards have a track record.
Right.
I passed the file to trading standards.
Right.
She said that she'd reported me to trading standards because it was still damp under her bedroom floor. There was nothing wrong with the job. absolutely nothing wrong with it. If there was a problem with it, why didn't she say at the time when it was getting done?
But that wasn't the only surprise for the Cochrans. Mrs. Geddes also claimed that she had tried to pay the bill.
I tried to pay him 3 times.
Right.
As soon as the work was finished, I went over with the cash.
Yeah.
But I said I wanted something in writing. I wasn't going to hand over £1,600 in cash without getting something for it. Oh, I'm too busy,
That's a lie. There's no way she's been to my house to pay me 3 times and we're too busy to take a payment. It never happened. She didn't come over. She was lying.
We just want to get what we're owed.
Yeah.
I've never had any complaints from anybody about any of the jobs I've ever done for them. Everything is done to a high-class standard.
The Cochrans were left with no choice but to instruct a solicitor. But rather than a cheque turning up, the police did.
Sometime in January, we got a visit from the police, didn't we? Came to my house and said she'd had a complaint from the neighbour across the road.
So your lights are shining in a window when you're setting off on a morning.
And I've said, so if her house is opposite mine, which it has been for the last 8 years that she's lived there, she's never had a complaint before.
The police left happy, but a few months later, at 4:30 a.m.
Report of lights being shone into a neighbour's window.
I was in bed and I heard knocking at the window. So I woke up and I looked out the blinds and I could see the police, like walking around Phil's van.
Lights of a vehicle opposite, full beam towards the house.
Open the door and there's 2 police officers outside.
Your lights shining directly into their property.
I've just been out to check the lights. They were on about me headlights shining over to Jackie Geddes' house. I said, well, I've just checked my van and my van's obviously running. He said he was on about the main beam. I said, well, you know, it wasn't intentional because I didn't know that the main beam was on.
And it's causing these people harassment?
If she's making a complaint, that's the harassment bit. She's the one harassing me.
Phil claims he tests his high beam every morning, and it was this that Mrs. Geddes had reported as harassment.
Well, because I've had previous damage and that to my vehicle, you know, and it's company practice as well. I mean, you know, you've got to check your vehicle, you've got to make sure it's roadworthy on a morning. When the van started, the lights come on automatically, so the van lights would have been on, yes, because the vehicle was still running. I never had the lights on deliberately at all.
Not long after, the Cochrans received a visit from Mrs. Geddes' husband.
So I said to Phil, I says, Will Geddes is at the door. So Phil's like, I says, what's he after? I says, I don't know. So anyways, I went to the door and I answered it. I says, yeah. I says, what are you after? He says, I've come for the uke back. This was a ukulele that I'd given my husband about 1.5 years before. It's just a little £10 thing, you know, practice thing. So I just looked at him. I said, have you got my cheque? He looked at me, he says, no, I don't think so. I says, what are you after? He says, Phil.
I asked him to leave my property 5 times. But while I was asking him to leave, he's then verbally assaulting me. I says, I'm going to tell you now, if you don't leave my property, I said, I'm quite within my rights to use reasonable force to throw you off my property. And then I shut the door, you see.
Phil reported the incident to the police, but their advice was to simply return the ukulele. Phil refused. He claims he was told that a police officer would call to see him in the next few days.
I was just about to put Phil's tea on. The doorbell went and it was the police.
I thought they'd actually come about the ukulele incident. They said that they've come to arrest me for harassment. I said, it's got nothing at all to do with harassment. I said, it's all because of the money she owes me.
I was gobsmacked at this.
Phil was arrested for harassment and kept overnight.
Cochran, if you go with the officer, he wants to ask you questions. You don't have to answer them.
The next morning, he was charged with harassment and granted bail. A date was set for trial.
We're looking at the CCTV footage, obviously sent to the police by Mrs. Geddes, of me coming out to my vehicle. That's me activating the key fob, where my lights actually flash. And I'm at the side of the van, so now I'm actually getting in the van. It shows me started my van, going around doing my vehicle inspections now. Coming around the passenger side, along through past the headlights. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, Mrs. Geddes actually sleeps in this part of the house where you physically can't see any daylight or van lights shine into our bedroom. She's never once been over. I mean, a normal neighbour would have said, you know, sorry, but your van lights are waking me up in the morning, could you knock the lights off? Nobody's ever said anything to me about lights. It's only when the police came knocking at my door saying that I'm harassing this lady with my lights. If I purposely position my van to make my lights shine in her bedroom window, purposely, explain to me how that gets me paid quicker. How does that get me paid quicker?
In Leeds, once best friends and now sworn enemies, the Bedfords and the Sheldons, were at war. Both sides thought they were in the right.
Came to the window and could see very clearly that somebody was there putting bricks on top of the dividing pillar. The problem I had was he was building it on my property. So I went out and told him to stop. He built the pillar from here, 2 bricks wide, all the way up at an angle to avoid the capping stone at the top, and took it to about this height.
They were all right for a few months, and then we got a letter from him stating that if we didn't remove the pillars, he'd do it.
And that's exactly what the Bedfords did. A panicked Mrs. Sheldon called the police whilst filming the Bedfords.
And he's just dumping it at the front. That's right. Oh God, I'm shaking like a bloody leaf here. It's continuous. You can tell by my voice. I'm shaking up. Because I'm here again, on me, sorry, on my own.
They seem to delight in terrorising Janet when she's on her own, the whole family.
I'm always here on my own when they start doing things. They wait for David to go out. They're always watching.
The police arrived and Samantha and her brother Jason were in for a shock.
I was fog marched down the street by the police officers. In the meantime, they also made accusations that my sister was involved in it.
There's nothing that I regret doing because I've not done anything. I got arrested for knocking down a wall that he'd built on our property.
And that was it for the next 12 hours. I was locked up in custody.
Jason and Samantha Bedford each received a harassment warning for their part in the damage to the brick pillar. The Bedfords and the Sheldons went to court over the boundary dispute. The trial was adjourned for a period of 12 months, and all parties were given an undertaking not to harass, assault or threaten. But this was far from the end of the war.
I was watering this side of the privet, so in no way am I squirting it into their garden. Then he briefly shoots out with a cup of freshly boiled water, as far as I'm concerned, and threw it over the privet at me. Clearly stunned me.
Well, no marks on him.
But when the police went, there wasn't a mark on him. Now, I've scalded myself with a cup of tea, and it took 3 years to get rid of scald.
My automatic reaction is to lift my hand up and squirt him. The police say I antagonised him. It's absolutely ridiculous, and the CCTV proves it.
In Chippenham, the noise of Phil Rice's budgies was the start of problems with his neighbour Bob. And the two had almost come to blows in the street over a noisy party in the communal yard.
I've been worried about basically what his next move would do. You just don't know, he's so unpredictable.
This communal yard continued to be the main battleground. While Phil's side of the yard contains a discarded sofa, Bob's is well kept, but Phil kept placing his bird table on the border of the two.
This is a bird table. It was put there for us to enjoy the sights of some wild birds possibly coming in here. What we get then, the bird table is being moved. It was moved over from that point there where I'm just lifting it from to there. I put it back there and then it'd come sort of like more into the corner here, you know, that sort of business. Why doesn't the guy leave Ever's stuff alone? We don't go touching his stuff. We daren't touch his stuff because he'd be the first person to jump up and down on the spot.
Despite having no proof, Phil is convinced it was Bob. But it wasn't just the bird table that was causing friction in the yard.
He accused me of purposely chucking the pegs on the floor. But what would I want to go do that for? That's just being petty, being real petty. In the meantime, he's just gone, put my washing on the floor. It could only be him. It could only be him because nobody else here would have done something like that.
This time, he called the Housing Association to complain about Bob. Keen to keep the peace, the association arranged a meeting for the two men in a neutral location.
We waited in a room upstairs here in this building for over half an hour or a roundabout, and there's no sound of him. He never turned up, and I think he's wasted everybody's time. He said he forgot what time it was, but he knew.
Following the aborted mediation meeting, Phil claims that Bob continued to harass him.
When he'd walk by the window, he'd like, like that, laughing as though, well, you were fools to go up there, you know? But he was the one who wanted to do it. Why didn't he turn up? And then he'd keep doing that every time he walked past the window. He would just like, like that sort of thing.
And within months, Bob was back to his old tricks.
I was in here cooking one day, as you do, and the phone went. So I picked the phone up. Hello, and he said, you better get outside because Bob's out there. He was on the phone like this. He said, you better get outside because Bob's out there sweeping up and you got all your whitewashing out there and there's dust going everywhere and it might have gone on the washing. I come out of that door there, quite a rate of knots, if you like. I walked through the washing like this, and then I noticed like dirty black marks on there. This actual top was out there then, and it had like black marks there. It's like somebody had gone like that on it, you know? I took them in, and then I had to wash them again.
Bob admits to sweeping in the yard, as no one else would do it, but Phil was convinced he had ruined his washing and decided to get his own back.
Basically, I put something on my friend's social networking page. He lived at the time directly above Bob. I said to my friend, I said, do us a favour. I said, chuck some water bombs and some massive bombs out of your bedroom window on top of Bob's van. And of course, Bob was friends with my friend on Facebook, and he seen it. And then he's obviously gone and printed it off and took it to the police. The police wrapped my knuckles about it, gave me a good telling off. You know, you shouldn't go putting stuff like that on social networking sites, you know, they're dangerous things. I hold my hand up and I say, yeah, it's a mistake, you know, it was the wrong thing to do.
But Phil's joke would have serious consequences. Bob printed out screenshots of the posting.
And he put them from leading from his ground floor all the way up, bang, 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 right up, near enough to my friend's front door. I then rang the police. The police had instructed me to take a quick snap on my phone just in case he pulled them all down and said, oh, no, I didn't do that, you know, in case he denied it, basically. And I was just about ready to hit the button, and then he come running out the door like that, and then I'm like, whipped the phone back into my pocket, and then he's gone up to the wall, whips one off the wall, rips another one off the wall, and he goes, here, that's for you, and he just went like that. And then he put his hand on my shoulder. I then said to him, get off me, Bob, get off me. And I just went whack like that, and hard as I could, I headbutted him. And then he got my head into a headlock, went like that, into my face, boom, 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 like that. You know, giving it the left hook or whatever into my face.
Following the fight, the police were called and attempted to broker a peace deal between the warring neighbours.
3 or 4 days later, one of the local community support police officers come out. I had to sign a form to stay away from him, and he had to sign a form to stay away from me. But it wasn't like an harassment order or anything like that.
The Housing Association considered the dispute to be ongoing, and the police continue to keep watch. It's been several months since the fight, and for the moment, peace reigns in Chippenham.
From time to time, I do walk out in the garden, you know, to see if he's touched any of my property or fiddled about in my washing. He may erupt, you know, he may not. He's like a volcano.
But for now, the only noise to be heard in the communal yard is the chirping from Phil's budgies. In Leeds, the argument between former friends, the Bedfords and the Sheldons, was about to spill out onto the streets.
As I turned into Allsthorpe Road, I saw David. As usual, he stuck his fingers up, shaking his fist. I returned the 2 fingers and pulled into the bank.
So I pulled into the car park and lo and behold, the Stephen sat behind the bank.
I heard a screech of brakes, tyres skidding, and David had jumped out of his car at the side of me, ran over and was literally punching at the driver's door window, trying to break the glass. And I'm gonna effing kill you. And
David Sheldon claimed he approached Steve Bedford to bury the hatchet, but things went horribly wrong.
I tried to reverse the car to back off away from him.
I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but I was actually nearly pinned between the 2 vehicles. I just managed to squeeze out of the way. Otherwise, he'd have killed me. He'd have had me between the 2 cars and been crushed.
And he wasn't wrong.
It's gone through my mind since that perhaps the best option would have been to put my foot down when he was hanging over the front of the car trying to get away from him and just driven straight into the back of the bank wall.
Over the last 2 years, Steve and his family had been to court 4 times over the boundary dispute with Next Door, but now he was determined to get David prosecuted for assault.
I felt I had no option at this point because the aggression was out of this world. You know, I was seriously concerned and had been for a number of years.
But before long, the court case came to an abrupt halt.
I had to end my court action because of serious health problems.
What he didn't realise is he's got all our costs to pay, about 7,500.
I have no money left. They've taken all my money already. You know, it's cost us probably in excess of £30,000 now. And I just don't know where to turn.
The war with their next-door neighbours has taken its toll on the rest of the family.
It's just traumatised me. It's traumatised us all as a family.
And for Samantha, it was a life changer.
When I became 16, I got a job so that I could, move out. If all this hadn't have happened, I would definitely still be here. But I sort of want to protect my dad.
Even now, we're just gutted, devastated by it, really.
I think you should come round here, have a beer and forget about it all. I mean, I'll write it all off. It's craziness. We were best of mates.
Phil and Vicky Cochrane had fallen out with their neighbour, the former mayor, Mrs Geddes, after she failed to pay Phil for some building work. Mrs Geddes claimed that Phil was harassing her by shining his van lights in her bedroom window, and he'd been arrested and released on bail.
But I'm literally not guilty of any crime because I've never committed a crime or intentionally shone any headlights at her property.
But the court didn't agree. He was sentenced to 180 hours community service and ordered to pay £650 court costs and £350 in compensation to Mrs Geddes.
And she was wanting £1,150 something compensation for her, what was it, reflexology?
Yeah, reflexology.
Cranial therapy.
Was it osteopath or something?
Oh yeah, osteopath visits, counselling.
Because she can't remember numbers, she can't remember
Dates.
words, and she can't put sentences together. But they're all to do with my legs, you see.
I have never heard anything as stupid in my life. It was a 2-day trial for a set of headlights. That's the top and bottom of it.
3 months after the court case, where Phil was found guilty of harassment and served with a restraining order, the police arrived again.
Mr. Cochran in?
Is he here?
Can we come in and have a word with you?
No.
We need to speak to him, all right?
Well, I don't have to open my door.
Well, you do, because we're going to arrest him for an offence.
What's the offence?
Well, we'll tell you when we come in and
No, just tell me what the offence is.
A breach of your restraining order.
In what respect?
You've breached it. The wording of it says you're not to shine your lights in the house, and
So where have I shone my lights in the house?
We've got evidence to suggest you have.
No, you haven't.
Right.
I've never shone my lights. So when did I shine my lights in that house?
We'll tell you in an interview. All right?
No, let me just tell you what it says in that order. It says I must not put my full beam on shining over to her house. So you'd be better leaving because you're causing me to feel harassed, distressed and alarmed.
Doesn't matter what you say, we have to come and arrest you now. Right, are you coming with us, Phil, or not?
Yeah, he's getting his pants.
Well, okay, right.
I'll tell you what it is.
So dressed like.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
The police decided to take no further action, and the Cochrans are still pursuing Mrs. Geddes through the small claims court. Mrs. Geddes has been asked about the dispute and chose not to respond.
He's not a cowboy builder. He knows exactly what he's doing. She just doesn't want to pay. It's as simple as that.
We won't be moving from this house. If she can't accept that, then she'd be better moving, wouldn't she?
Since filming finished, Mr. Cochran has been arrested again on suspicion of breaching his restraining order. No further action is being taken at this time, but the restraining order still stands, and Mrs. Geddes is still yet to pay her bill. When looking for an isolated, idyllic beauty spot, there couldn't be a better setting than rural Kinross near Fife, in Scotland. In 1986, retired hotelier Terence Doyle and his wife Jean found the perfect home overlooking the stunning Loch Leven.
I refer to it as the tropics of Kinross. We get nice scenery from here, and we're off the beaten track. I think in most of our lives we've lived in the country and enjoyed peace, quiet, tranquility and good views. And so we rather like it here.
14 years later, this wealthy pocket of the country attracted retired businessman David Poole and his wife, and they moved up from Berkshire to the bungalow next door.
My wife was adamant she did not want to look at pylons, and we happened to take one look at the view and decided, fantastic.
It didn't take long for the Doyles to extend the hand of friendship to their new neighbours.
We were the people that were doing the giving the approaches and inviting them for morning coffee and so on.
Yeah, when we first met Terry, perfectly friendly. We went to dinner with him and his family one evening. We had nothing in common.
Occasionally there would be a reciprocal to go to their place, but it was never like being at home.
For the next 10 years, the two families enjoyed a relatively harmonious relationship until 2010, when the construction of a new driveway by David would change things forever.
Initially, the boundary between the two properties would have followed that yellow line straight up there.
When David's workmen started on the drive, Terence was soon on the scene.
And I said, gentlemen, sorry if I'm ruining your day, but I don't know who you are and you're on my land and I don't know what you're doing, but I don't want anything done.
I freely admit I'd forgotten this 3-metre pathway, half of which was mine, half of which was his. I'd totally forgotten about that bit.
But David had a solution, so work on the driveway could continue.
I said, well, look, the guys are here. I'm going to need the drive, whatever. If I've encroached on your land, yes, I still need the drive. And you can have a slice of land in compensation.
They informally agreed on a land swap, and Terence set his sights on a slither of land in a field that ran behind both properties.
I would never have settled a deal in a handshake, but in the absence of any other means there and then, that was it. And then he reneges on that within a day or two.
I got to think about it. I said, you're asking for too much, Terry. You know. We eventually got to the actual plans and discovered that, in fact, I had not encroached in any way. So I said, deal's off.
That was disappointing.
The new driveway wasn't only a constant reminder of his lost land, there was another problem. As Terence's garage was to be a casualty of Davy's new construction.
They then slope it this way to make sure that everything that lands there shoots off. You could guarantee every day that it rained, the garage flooded. It was obvious he was not going to do anything about the water.
It's the natural slope of the land. I've done nothing. I believe the agricultural ruling on water runoff or flash floods and that sort of thing is that you have to handle the water that comes onto your land.
We had lived there since '86 and the garage was always tinder dry, always.
One day, when Terence saw David trying to nail his back gate shut, he went over to confront him.
I said, what's going on here? You can't have access to the field, he said. I said, I don't need access to the field. This is our piece of land right here. And he's got this 3-pound mash hammer in his hand. And he swung the mash hammer at me like so. And I kind of dodged that. You've got this grimace and the teeth and the eyes popping again and shades of, try that again, you're banded and I'll really get you, you know? And it came again at me. Come on, I'm saying. And again, the mash hammer came at me. This was vicious, like that. And I said, you must be out of your tiny head.
He stated that you swung the hammer in his direction.
No, not true.
Terence called the police, but they decided not to take any action. But the situation soon started to take its toll on his wife, Jean.
I don't even feel safe with the doors locked because you don't know what that man's going to do next. And I keep saying to Terry, if this doesn't stop, this is going to kill us. And I mean that.
Nestling in the picturesque Devon countryside, the small village of Roborough seemed like a dream setting for Tina and Steve Webb when they moved there in 1998 with their children Sarah, Charlene and Matthew.
It's beautiful because we've got obviously the moors further out, and that's why we wanted to move out this far. And we've got our local pub, which is very nice up there as well.
The neighbourhood in itself is absolutely great.
Yeah, it's like a proper old village, isn't it? Always saying hiya and you have a little yap and that, and then toddle on to do your day's work.
Finding themselves in such a close-knit neighbourhood, Tina decided to set up her own child minding business.
The house that we're living in is ideal for it, as we've got a very large garden, climbing frames and things like that for them.
Tina went to great lengths to make sure their house was secure for the children.
We bought the CCTV 10 years ago for childminding. If the children was playing and fought, you know, if they fell, they would be able to, we'd have evidence of what happened. But recently we've had to use them for my neighbour up the road, the Browns.
In March 2008, Richard Brown and his partner moved in, just a few doors up from the Webbs. Stephen and Tina initially had no contact with them, but it would only be 3 weeks before things started to go wrong.
One day, Charlene come running in the door, a bit petrified actually, she looked quite shook up, that the man up the road, she said, was shouting and swearing at her. Richard Brown was stood on the end of the drive, shouting that he's got nowhere to park, and when I actually looked up by his area, he had his parking space there.
The Webbs had grown accustomed to parking at least 5 of their vehicles in the spaces in front of their house.
Steve heard the shouting and he come running down and said, what's going on? And Mr. Brown started shouting that he's fed up with the parking around here and he's had enough. So Steve said, oh, you know, don't talk to my wife and child like that again, like, you know. And he said, oh, look, I'm so sorry, he said. Can we shake hands? I'm not in a happy mood. My son got injured in a boxing ring and it's quite upset me. He said, and I had no rights really to take it out on you, and can we shake hands and apologise? And so Steve said, well, yeah, but next time you can speak to us in an appropriate manner.
The Webbs hoped that was the end of the matter, but it was their son Matthew who was to bring relations between the families to the boil.
Matthew went to get some shopping. On the way back, as Matthew approached outside the house, Richard Brown called him up.
I heard a lot of shouting and screaming. I looked out the window to see if that Richard Brown had my son Matthew and was punching him around the head and around the face, really aggressive. Matthew was trying to hold his head down like that and push him away, and as Matthew was pushing him away, Richard Brown was grabbing him more and punching him more to the face and head. He was punching him underneath, lifted his legs off the floor, really punching him. He was saying to Matthew, he said, I'm going to do you, I'm going to hammer you, and you're dead. And then I ran downstairs, ran out, and then as I ran out the front door, he threw him on the floor like a rag doll. I come out the house because I seen Matthew being beat up, and by the time I got to this point, Matthew was on the floor by then. We tried to push Richard Brown, but he just didn't want to let go. He just wanted to punch, punch, punch. And I said, what are you doing? What's it all about? And he said, I just ate the and that's exactly what he said.
Richard Brown claims the fight was self-defence, when Matthew attacked him and made threats towards his family. Richard was cautioned by the police. Tina Webb felt there could have been other reasons for the fight.
He was just going on about Matthew. Matthew fancies his girlfriend. I said, no, that's not right. We don't even know your girlfriend. I called Matthew down because he was upstairs. And I said, Matthew, do you fancy this man's girlfriend? He said, no, I've never seen her. He said, I don't know what you're on about.
On Boxing Day of that year, relations between the two families reached a new low, when the Webb family were walking home from a night at the pub.
As we walked past the post box, coming down towards Richard Brown's house, he said, I'm going to smash your cars up, burn your house. He said, you'll be in bed one night and you'll burn to death with your family. And threatened me with all that. And I said, if you do that, I'll kill you.
Richard Brown denies the abuse and claims he called the police after he heard the Webb family shouting threats and seeing Matthew with a baseball bat.
Matthew had a baseball bat and he said, he's not going to hurt me again.
Matthew feared for himself.
And he had the bat to protect himself. And
even
Charlene, my youngest daughter, said, he's not going to hurt you, he's not going to hurt you. And she grabbed him because she was feeling for him. And she brought him in, and the basketball bat went back in the car, and the police seized it from the car.
Richard Brown claims Tina also forced her way into their home. Matthew and Steve Webb were arrested and cautioned, though neither were actually charged.
It was just the heat of the moment, wasn't it? That was it. There was no fighting or anything.
The things we've retaliated to is through things they've made us retaliate to defend ourselves.
But that retaliation was soon to get out of hand again. In a Scottish beauty spot, two pensioners had locked horns in an ongoing battle over a disputed driveway. The row now spread to where the fence line should be.
We'd written letters to him saying, we're going to have to go to arbitration, aren't we? And we are saying here and now, if you fail to do this, we will remove the fences that we think you're in the wrong position.
When he first started coming in the gate and telling us what to move, I was shocked that anyone could make these demands, that we had lived here all these years. Well, what can I say?
Gave him suitable time, and I started removing it.
And it didn't go unnoticed by his neighbour.
Mr. Doyle comes tearing up the drive at me.
And it was over here that he picked up a bracing bit. He was part bent and had a mean look, and he changed it from one hand to the other, and he was then trying to circle me. I could see that I was going to be getting the benefit of this just at any moment, and he would keep swapping and back again, and I reckoned it was actually coming for me. I was definitely going to catch it this time, when a neighbour stepped out and shouted, "Stop now." And he straightened up, and he stood there thinking his day had been ruined.
He says that you came at him with the bracing bit.
It was a terrible experience, and I was glad that my neighbour came to my rescue. I don't think I might have been here today. This was definitely going for me.
Following the incident, Terence Doyle called the police, and this time David received a caution. It didn't take long for the two men to collide once again, and this time Terence accused David of deliberately parking his car to block access to his driveway.
They had the Volvo parked right here. When I called him to say, David, you've got your car parked down there, so what? Just as blocking our way.
I have parked once out there to make a point.
Sole purpose was to obstruct our access and entrance.
Guess what? The police come around and say, Mr. Doyle says you can't get out. Well, excuse me, if he hadn't got such stupid gates, he could use the full width of the drive to get in and out.
The Rolls goes out fairly frequently. It would have been a tight job for it to try and get in there. We were having a very important guest and meeting with us here. I was going to collect them and they would be joining us here for morning coffee or a late morning coffee, and we were then going for lunch.
Oh, I've got Lord so-and-so coming. Please leave your car out of the way so he can get his Rolls Royce in to join my Rolls Royce.
Luckily for Terence, the weekly bin collection forced David to move his car, and Terence seized his moment.
It was my intentions to fetch my bicycle and to park it here and to say, sorry, this spot is taken. I then had to put a nail through its pedal so that it couldn't blow over, and so it stood there, and it stood there for at least a week.
With the bicycle nailed firmly to the pavement, it was impossible for David to return his car to the same spot. Although Terence won the parking battle, the war was far from over. Rita Grutendorst and her husband Peter live in the suburb of Sidcup in southeast London.
I've lived here 20 years now, and I am well known, especially to the council, because I'm a community campaigner and a community activist.
And Rita is proud to stand out from the crowd.
I do think I'm very, very different from the kind of people who live here. I'm not like the other people who live in this street. So you're coming up to my house, so this is it. I'm sorry it's a mess.
Rita's a keen gardener, and unlike other residents in the neighbourhood, she likes to pack her garden with a rich variety of plants and shrubs.
I am a free spirit because I do love nature, and I do believe that the world is there for us to cherish, not to destroy.
Rita had lived here for 14 years, when in 2008, Paula Lote and her partner Derek Wood moved in next door. And according to Rita, the first time they met, Paula Lote offered to buy Rita's house.
And I said, oh, that's great. You know, if you pay me what you've paid for next door, I'll start looking. But nothing came of it. She sort of stiffened up when I said, if you pay me what you paid for next door, and that was the end of that forever. And sadly, things only went from bad to worse.
Soon after, Rita received a letter saying Paula Lote and Derek Wood wanted to build a two-storey extension on their home.
I opposed the plans because if I had allowed the plans to go ahead, they would have built a bigger than average extension.
Due to Rita's objections, Paula Lote didn't receive permission to build her extension for over a year. By then, Paula changed her plans, deciding to modify her garden instead.
You know, I saw the lorry loads of decking arrive, and then they put decking and fencing right up against my house.
And Rita claims the installation of decking ruined the peace in her garden.
The nail gun, for a week, that's all I heard. It was unbelievable. Chung, 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 chung. There's just tons of decking.
Once the decking was finished, Rita wasn't impressed.
I noticed that the gap and my border that used to be there between my lean-to and next door, that had gone when they put their decking and moved the fence over. So I lost part of my garden straight away.
Rita claims that her neighbours moved the boundary fence right up against her conservatory wall, stealing several inches of her garden. This is something Paula Lote strongly denies.
When I said to her on the Sunday, "Excuse me, I'd like you to remove this fence and decking off my land," and she went, "Good luck with that."
But Rita was determined to stand her ground.
Maybe little, but I'm not a pushover. This is just piracy. I tried everyone, including the council and councillors, to try and help, and nobody wanted to help.
Rita and Peter decided to try and prove that Paula had stolen part of the boundary, so they asked a surveyor to visit their home and conduct a laser land survey.
So I've got the survey here, and it shows that there's at least an 8-inch gap. So this survey proved that they encroached with their fence into my property, which they treated as if it is nothing. But I find that it is just a land grab. So.
Paula Lote and Derek Wood deny ever moving the fence and insist it has been in the same position for at least 15 years, since before they moved in. But convinced a strip of their land had been stolen, Rita and Peter wrote a letter to Paula and Derek, outlining their grievances and including the results of their survey.
After I posted the letter, I just hoped that we could have a resolution and, you know, put an end to all the nonsense that had gone on. A couple of days later, after I posted the letter, I went to my letterbox and there was an envelope with my letter torn up inside. Just thought, what is this, gangster tactics? Is this gangster land now? You know, it's intimidation. It's like a slap in the face. My garden's gone. The spirit of my garden has been taken away because I just feel they can do as they please, and they have done.
Paula Lote says that she once caught Rita trying to smash the boundary fence down with a hammer. Her partner Derek Wood made an audio recording of the argument that followed.
Rita, I've asked you to stop damaging my fence.
I've asked you to get it off my land!
Rita, it's been there
Stop
for 15
stealing my
years.
land. Stealing, cheating,
How
and
have I
lying.
damaged
You've
or
lied
moved
and
your
lied
fence?
and lied. Oi, get it off my land!
But it wasn't just the alleged land grab that disturbed Rita. After 3 years of conflict, one spring morning, Rita heard Derek trimming the shrub that divides their front gardens.
So I go outside to tell him, stop that, then saw my diverter pipe lying there on his ground.
Paula Lote claims Derek was merely repairing the downpipe, which is shared between the two properties.
He's going, oh, I'm videoing this. And I said to him, why have you stolen my diverter pipe? Give that back. Give it back now. If you won't put it back and won't give it back, I'm going to get it.
2 doors down, neighbour Jerry Wooder was working in his back garden when he heard shouting.
Most of it was coming from Rita, yelling at Derek. It's not the first time I've known her to sort of moan about these things.
Went to take my diverter pipe, and all of a sudden, before I can even reach the pipe, he's at me like that, at me like that, and I'm flat on my back. And he's on top of me and I can't get up. I'm trying to pull myself up, I can't get up.
I saw that they were struggling and he pushed her on the ground. She tried to get up, was pushing quite hard and fiercely to keep her down, and she hit her head a couple of times. So I jumped over and pulled him off.
He just ripped this chap off me, who was on top of me, and got me away.
And that was it. It obviously quietened down. And I came back out here again when I saw Derek, and we were here, just here, when he said the ladies just attacked me. And he had this cut on his face.
Their video of the alleged fight no longer exists, but Paula Lote and Derek Wood insist that it was Rita who had attacked Derek. And shortly after the clash, Rita got a knock at the door.
And I went downstairs and there was a young policewoman and a man standing there. And I said, oh, thank God you've come. I thought you were never going to come and do the investigation. She said to me, oh, I'm sorry, we haven't come to investigate. I've been sent to arrest you. And I went, you're having a laugh. Arrest me?
Paula Lote claims police told her Rita behaved like a wild animal when she was arrested. After 12 hours at the police station, Rita was charged with assault and criminal damage and released on bail. She was due in court the following month, but the charges against her were dropped because of a lack of evidence.
It's a malicious prosecution. If there's no evidence and you haven't done anything, it's a wrongful arrest and a malicious prosecution.
But Paula Lote maintains that Derek suffered cuts during the attack. Their neighbour, Jerry Wooder, has his own views on the situation.
Well, I think the run-ins that people have had, they've actually learned that it's not worth really chasing these things or making too much of an issue. Just walk away from it. Here's a lady who could create hell for you if you're not too careful.
For Rita, it's her garden that has suffered the most.
I used to have a working, flourishing garden, but I don't use this garden. I can't use the garden as I used to use it before these people arrived and started all the tricks. My garden now has not seen me for 2 years. I just have lost heart.
So in a final attempt at peace, Rita proposed that Paula and Derek pay her £5,000 to compensate for the loss of the land.
This is not a perfect solution. It would not make up for what I've gone through, but £5,000 would at least pay for my laser land survey and all the hassle. It would go a little tiny way to pay for what she's done. I'd like her to be reasonable. I'd like her to be a good neighbour, if that's possible.
Rita and Peter are currently awaiting a response from Paula Lote. But it seems unlikely that Rita and her surrounding neighbours will ever see eye to eye.
Well, she's certainly eccentric, there's no doubt about that. If she quietly just got on with things, then things would be very peaceful. Because I think this is a quiet street, it's neighbourly. I wouldn't actually put her into how you would describe neighbourly.
I couldn't care less about these neighbours. They're not my sort, they're not my type. Unfortunately, I've never had good neighbours in this road. It's full of zombies, it's full of inbred village idiots.
In Kinross, the last 4 years has seen Terence Doyle and David Poole embroiled in a row over a slither of land that ran behind both properties. Once promised to Terence in exchange for part of his driveway, David and his wife had then withdrawn the offer, but Terence still believed it was his.
I would say it has hijacked our lives because Terry can think of nothing else. I'd just like it to end. I really would like it to end. I'd really like him to move away and go wherever he can and give the rest of the people, the neighbours here, peace.
But peace wasn't on the cards. When Terence decided to do some improvements to his house and left an old fireplace on the disputed land, things were about to get violent.
We heard that box go whomp.
Whilst Terence believed the old fireplace was on his property, David believed it was on his, and tempers quickly flared.
He then said, "Did you push the firebox over?" I said, "Yes." "Why did you do that?" I said, "It displeased me."
And he looked over his shoulder and came there in one move right around, teeth glaring, and got me with his vicious left hook.
Next I knew, I had a thwack in the back. Probably a kick.
There was only one hit, just one hit in the whole session, where he actually got me in the side of the head. Suddenly I'm caught from behind by his glove fist under my throat. He puts his leg behind me to unbalance me, and he whumps me onto the ground with all his force. And it's not as though I fell onto a feather mattress. I've fallen onto all these branches and bits of wood and such, and they're not very comfortable.
I defend myself as best I can. I end up on the ground, he ends up here. His glasses like this, sorry, like that. Looking a bit stunned.
Once again, the police were called, and Terence was taken to hospital for his injuries.
Where's this cracked skull and displaced jaw? I don't know what else, you know. Burst his eyelids or something, did I? Burst his eardrums.
It's not that he would go up there and want to fight with someone. He's never fought with anyone, but he has.
Lies, lies, lies.
The police charged David with assault, but when the case went to court, he was found not guilty. Though according to the sheriff, neither man was acting in a manner fitting to his age.
I worry for Terry, for his sanity, frankly, with this man, to be told that he hit him first. And I keep saying to Terry, give him what he wants and let's get on with our lives. What do we need it for?
But the men felt differently, and to avoid any further unwelcome encounters, David took advantage of a Scottish law which stops people from trespassing on your land.
I bought the caravan because you cannot legally enter someone else's property if there's a caravan on that enclosure.
The caravan remained on the field, but not for long.
One night in January, and it was pouring with rain, I'm told, and it ended up a pile of junk.
Who will be the #1 suspect now? You know, what next? Am I to be blamed for, sort of thing?
Neither the police nor the fire brigade were able to prove if the blaze was accident or arson.
What do you think happened?
I think somebody set light to it.
I can assure you I had nothing to do with the burning down of that caravan, nothing whatsoever.
To this day, it remains a mystery, but the fiery feud between the two men was far from over. The rural calm of Roborough in Devon was shattered when Steve and Tina Webb came into conflict with their new neighbour, Richard Brown. A destructive chain of events had already been set in motion. The Browns complained to the police about Tina's son Matthew's treatment of their teenage son. At the same time, Tina received reports from Ofsted about anonymous complaints regarding her childminding business.
There are ongoing issues regarding this family with the police. Their language is disgraceful in the presence of the minded children. Frequently displayed aggravation and threatening behaviour towards their neighbour. I do think he is attacking us through Ofsted's, and anybody knows Ofsted's is the people you've got to answer to.
Then the police paid Tina a visit.
They wanted us to take our CCTV cameras down because it was not right for the Browns. They felt intimidated in their privacy, and they said it's not right that you've got the camera going up towards their property.
Tina moved her cameras, but soon both families were lodging complaints about the other to the police. Tina claimed Richard was harassing her at her door, and his partner had damaged her car. Richard says Tina was constantly harassing his family, and he had evidence. Both families deny the other's claims. Finally, Tina was issued with a police information notice in relation to allegations of harassment, warning her to have no direct or indirect contact with the Browns. But then in February, she discovered a Facebook post by Richard's partner.
2 complaints and 1 enforcement action letter. Tut tut, they must have plenty of haters. Ha ha. So then she's put, this has made my day. Whoop whoop whoop, yippee.
Tina couldn't help herself and took to Facebook to post a very public response. Ignoring her police information notice, she wrote on Richard's partner's Facebook wall and messaged her online friends.
I did say that they are a nasty family because of what we've had to go through. I couldn't believe what happened next.
Within a few hours, there was a knock at the door.
It was 2 police officers asking for Tina Webb, and they just come right through to the kitchen at me, and I said, what do you want me for? What have I done? And they said, we've come to arrest you. I was very scared. It's the first time that I was ever put in a cell that evening, and I was sat there for 5 hours wondering what I've done.
Tina was not charged for the online posts. But instead, the courts upheld the Browns' complaints that she had actually verbally abused them on several occasions. Tina was convicted for harassment and was issued with a restraining order.
I was given a 2-year suspended sentence to stay away from Richard and his family. If not, I would get anything up to 5 years imprisonment. And I was given 50 hours community service. I had the tag around my ankle, which was on here, for 2 months. 7 o'clock in the evening, I had to be in, and I wasn't allowed out until 7 o'clock in the morning. So I was just like a prisoner in my own home, really. Couldn't even go to an Halloween party with my grandson.
In Kinross, the Doyles and the Pauls have been locked in a bitter land dispute for the last 4 years that's put one in hospital and the other in court. To stake his claim to the disputed driveway once and for all, Terence had a trick up his sleeve.
We've simply marked the boundary and reminded a certain party as to whose boundary it is and where it is.
I was away and was informed that the spike had appeared. So I said, well, OK, we'll sort it out when we get home.
He's tried every trick. You've seen him with his little bottle jack trying to jack it out, and he had an engineer in to cut it out, and the engineer was stood right there, and I said, I'll just wait until you actually damage the galvanised metal on it, and then I'll go call the police. The guy unplugged his little Black & Decker and went.
He's Lord Doyle, who can bully anybody. Not me, mate.
It stops him from driving up here and parking here. It stops him from driving. He sometimes has 4 or 5 cars parked in the field where they're all looking on at us. Not that we pay any attention. I don't know where he gets them from or how he gets people to come and stay with him, but he's a very unsociable guy.
David was now hoping a civil court case would be the solution.
Look, I'm putting it in the hands of a specialist and a court, because all this argy-bargy is getting absolutely nowhere. Where should the boundaries be? Nobody can tell me.
But finding these answers wasn't cheap.
We're very close to £50,000 hard cash that we have given to this to keep this man from coming in here and taking our land that we have occupied since we bought this home and had no reason to doubt it at any time because the fences were all here when we came.
The final court hearing has not taken place, and the bitter feud continues to this day.
We bought and paid for this. If I got careless and let it all slip, I mean, I have a son and we have nephews and nieces. Are they more entitled to it than Poole is? I would think so.
The intrinsic land value is nil. I'm fighting it because it's not right.
I'd just like it to end. I really would like it to end. I'd really like him to move away and go wherever he can and give the rest of the people, the neighbours here, peace.
In Devon, what started as a neighbourhood dispute and bad feeling between 2 young men resulted in childminder Tina Webb receiving a restraining order for harassment. But Tina was soon struggling to meet the conditions of that order.
One day I was driving in the village and the children start waving and I started beeping and waving back and like laughing. And the next thing I get told that I broke my breach of harassment because I was doing this. Richard Brown phoned up and said that he felt intimidated because I was beeping and laughing in my vehicle whilst passing his house.
In April 2013, she was summoned on 4 counts of breaching her restraining order.
If I do anything to Mr. Brown again, I've only got to shout to Steve at the front, and if he thinks it's for him,
and he feels threatened,
by it, then I'll be took to court and put to prison for up to 5 years.
In October 2013, a judge at Plymouth Crown Court disposed of the case, and Tina was bound over to keep the peace. The bad feeling between the Webbs and Richard Brown continued to simmer, and 9 months later, Steve received an alarming voicemail.
It's on my phone here.
Hello there, Mr. Webb. This is Mr. Brown. I'd just like to ask you a question as to why you're videoing my 11-year-old daughter on the way to school this morning. As you can imagine, she was very upset by this, and I'd like to know why exactly you're doing that. Thank you very much.
That evening, I was in my van, and Richard Brown come up to me and put his hands up against the door, which made me very uncomfortable and very nervous. I said, I've not done nothing, I don't want to talk to you, go away from me. He said, I want you to come out here because I'm going to kick your head in. And I said, just go away. He said, no, come out here. He said, because I'm going to do you right now.
The Webbs reported the incident to the police, and Richard Brown, who denies the harassment in the van, was issued with his own police information notice.
I'm glad it's being done, but it should have come a lot sooner.
With both families receiving police notices, things quietened down on the street. The police offered the families mediation, but the Webbs walked out. Richard Brown told us he has always been willing to solve the dispute amicably, even though they have been seriously affected by the harassment, and the Webbs have caused his family immense stress. Following the 6-year dispute, the Webb family's lives have also changed forever.
We shut the business down basically because of all the aggravation we've had. There's only so much you can take before breaking point, to be honest.
Government advisor Edward Lee and his wife, head teacher Denise, moved to a small village in Wiltshire in 1994.
We've now been here 20 years, which is longer than I've lived anywhere in one place, and they can bury me here.
Down on the compost.
Probably will.
For nature lover Denise, it was a dream come true.
We're just across the River Avon. This is the back of our house, looking onto my baby, this glorious garden. All this grass is wonderful habitat for butterflies and for their larvae. And that helps with my breeding programme in the summer.
Soon after they moved in, they expanded their property by purchasing a strip of land between them and the house next door. Running through the land was a public right-of-way. 10 years went by and Edward and Denise got a new neighbour when Mr. Lee Hazel moved in. Edward went to introduce himself.
There was one gentleman on the JCB which turned out to be Mr. Hazel, and there was another gentleman there who was obviously a helper or workman. The workman came to me and just queried what I was doing, quite reasonably, and I said, look, I'm your neighbour. Is there anything I can do to help? Mr. Hazel didn't say anything, and his colleague said, well, we're very busy, which they obviously were. Thank you for coming round, and I left. And I thought, this is great. I've got somebody here who's a real worker, who obviously wants to make something of the house, which can probably add value to my house. This could be really good.
A few months later, Edward had the opportunity to meet his neighbour properly.
There was a knock at the front door. I went to the front door, and Mr. Hazel and a business partner very politely asked me whether they could come in. So I invited them in, and we came in here. They were very polite. Mr. Hazel said, would I be interested in selling the strip of land along there between my property and his? So I gave it a quick little thought, and I said, well, no, I'm afraid I'm really not interested in selling. And he said, why not? And I said, well, I don't know what type of neighbour you are. I don't know if you've got barking dogs, screaming children, or domestic rows. So I'm not prepared to sell. They were very polite and thanked me for my comments, left it almost immediately, and that was, as far as I was concerned, with the end of the matter.
But he was wrong. Soon after, the two men began to discuss the boundary between their properties.
At that time, the boundary was just bits of wire between posts and some wild hedgerow, which was totally unmanageable. So it was actually quite impossible to work out what the clear boundary line was between their property and our property. So when my neighbour's agent mentioned to us that the wall was going to be built there and the hedgerow would be taken out, it seemed to me a very good idea, as it would give us a proper boundary.
But as work began, something struck Edward as not quite right.
Well, when the wall started, I was watching it daily with total fascination because of the way the gentleman was working so hard. When it got to 6 feet from the front there, I thought, that's fine. That seems to be the regular height. Didn't take any notice. Then he put another layer on. I thought, that's a bit high. But then I thought, well, why make a fuss about it? You know, what's 6 inches between neighbours? And then all of a sudden I thought this wall's looking rather high because we knew the council requirement was a maximum height of 6 feet. And kind of watched it go, and then we watched it go, and we thought, there's got to be a limit to this, you know. The world high jump record is now being passed, and it went above that, and I was kind of in almost disbelief.
But Lee Hazel wasn't the only one with plans. The strip of land Edward had bought, which ran alongside Lee Hazel's new wall, falls on a public right-of-way, and it needed levelling out. It was Edward's turn to call in the builders.
I invited my contractor and the local rights-of-way warden on site to have a site visit so we all agree on the best way forward. And as we went towards the front, I saw my neighbour next door. I thought, good opportunity to say hello to him, let him know what we're doing. I walked over and simply said, hello, Lee. At that point, Vesuvius erupted. They'd see if it wasn't for my age, he'd come over and he'd assault me on the spot. He was going to make my life a misery.
For the past 20 years, this purpose-built block on the outskirts of Glasgow has been home to Isabel Ryrie.
When we moved in '95, we were the young ones, my husband and I. It was elderly people. We all got to sort of know one another. We were always there for one another, greeted one another, and that's the way it was.
Isabel is cared for each day by her daughter Karen.
I'm actually my mum's full-time carer. Because of that, I'm here on a daily basis. For a housing estate, it is a nice area. Quite friendly with the neighbours. If we see each other, we do say hello, and we are there for each other.
But when a new neighbour moved into the flat opposite Mrs. Ryrie, his mode of arrival raised a few eyebrows.
I was looking out the window one day, and I saw this man coming down the road with a small bookshelf and a wheelbarrow. And I thought, what's going on? And then he came in here, and I thought, he must be moving in here. Yeah.
John Tyre had moved to Glasgow from England, and after spending some time living on the streets, he moved into Mrs. Ryrie's block in December 2009.
When we first met him, the way he came across, we thought, he's an eccentric hippie. It's always been a good close. Surely they've put in another good person. Right.
It wouldn't be long before the Ryries' peace and calm was under threat.
He'd been staying here for about 3 weeks, and I went into my mum's living room and I said to her, it looks like your little ornaments have gone from your pot plants.
Isabel had decorated the communal landing with some garden ornaments, gifts from her grandchildren in Australia.
They were no value whatsoever, but they meant a lot to me. And when I went out and they were gone, it was quite hurtful. It really was.
We walked out to the landing and we were having a look. And then Mr. Pye came out of his house, and that's when I confronted him. And he was standing here. My mum was here, I was here, Mr. Pye was standing here. And I actually said to him, John, do you know what's happened to the ornaments? And that's when he said, oh, me mate and I had an argument and he took them. No apology, no, I'll go and get them.
And I thought, no, I'm not very sure of you. That's all I thought, was I'm not very sure.
It wasn't long before the Ryries realised that John wasn't living alone in his flat.
There'd be the most horrendous smell coming from his house that you'd actually feel sick. The smell was so bad. Eventually he had 2 dogs of his own, a dog that he was babysitting on a permanent basis, and 2 rabbits. The female rabbit was pregnant and it was nesting in his house. He was proud to show me that there was nests behind his chairs and his TV cabinet. And
next, the Ryries became alarmed at a new, more suspicious odour coming from their neighbour's flat.
When we first started smelling it, we thought, is the dog's damp or whatever? But then it was a mixture of smells. You know, it was the dogs, and unfortunately the person as well. But there was another smell which I didn't recognise, which my daughter did, and the police did.
The Ryries' new neighbour was about to face his first visit from the police.
I smoke cannabis. The police know I smoke cannabis. Housing know I smoke cannabis. Everybody that knows me knows I smoke cannabis. I even got it here. I've got it there, I smoke it. A bit of green.
The small town of Kempston in Bedfordshire was a perfect location for Linda Bird to buy her dream home when she retired in 2013.
I wanted this area so I could do my father's family tree, because he was just born down the road. It's classed as Kempston Rural, which I liked, so just down the road there's fields and everything, so it should have been lovely.
And Linda had good first impressions of the neighbourhood.
I was befriended with an elderly couple 2 doors up that way in the first week or so. Absolutely lovely. It should have been great.
But within 2 weeks of moving in, Linda met another of her new neighbours.
I was coming up that way because I'd been down the shops and I saw my neighbour in the drive, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to introduce myself to him.
Linda's neighbour next door was Stanislav Fajdel, who had lived there for 3 years.
I have actually apologised for the state of the conifers that were in the back garden, because I could tell they were very old, very out of control, and was damaging the wooden fence.
And Linda was surprised by Mr. Fajdel's response.
Well, he said in a sharp, rude manner that anything my side of the fence was nothing to do with him, and it was hostile, and I couldn't understand why.
But Linda was soon dealing with more than just hostility. It wasn't long before she discovered Mr. Fajdel had a passion for home improvement.
Well, the noise that I used to experience nearly every day was DIY, and he used to work on the cavity wall. But it used to travel all along here. I mean, the noise went right up the walls. It was just awful. A hammer drill, power drill, you felt as if you just wanted to retaliate.
But drilling wasn't the only noise Linda had to put up with.
He also liked loud music, but you could only hear the bass thudding through the wall. Thump, 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 thump.
Mr. Fajdel denies any wrongdoing, but Linda says she was forced to take drastic measures.
To be here with all the noise, it was so awful, and I couldn't hear the TV, so I started wearing these wireless headphones so I could at least hear what the characters were saying on the TV. Oh, Hawaii 5-0. Actually, I think the noise annoys me because it interrupts me and my best friend, which is my TV.
Linda didn't want to cause any trouble with her neighbour, but she had to do something.
It was starting to wind me up, and I decided to go round before I really got in a state. I went round and knocked on his door.
But Mr. Fajdel didn't want to talk about the noise, and he had a surprise for Linda.
He just come out with, "Your conservatory's on my property." And I must have said, well, I've only just moved in, so it can't be. I've had everything done properly.
Even so, Linda was troubled by her neighbour's accusation.
I came straight back in and phoned the solicitors who did my conveyancing and said, my neighbour has just accused me of having my conservatory on his land. To that, I was answered, there's nothing to worry about. Your boundaries are fine.
So Linda thought nothing more of Mr. Fajdel's comments. But one evening, a few days later, there was a knock at the door.
I was having tea in here, watching the TV, and I went round to open the door, And then I saw it was him, my neighbour, and he started talking about the conservatory again. And I said, well, go away and have a survey. Prove to me that my solicitors and my surveyor, when I bought it, did something wrong or missed something.
Linda heard nothing more for 2 months, but then one day in her garden, she got a nasty shock.
It would have been when I turned round to go back to the house that I saw the white mark painted on my house. He must have hung over the conservatory and painted this white mark.
A few days later, she received a letter from Mr. Fajdale's surveyor saying that the white paint mark indicated the true boundary between the properties and that her conservatory was encroaching onto his garden. But Linda disagreed, so confronted her neighbour.
And I said that whatever happens, he will be taking that white mark off my house. He mumbled something and I said, you will take that off my house, and I think that's the best that I ever challenged him.
But what Mr. Fajdale did next would have Linda fearing for her life.
I even put a smoke alarm near the front door in case something come through the letterbox. Now that really does sound paranoid, but that's how I felt last year. That he would firebomb the house.
In Wiltshire, it was a wall built by Edward and Denise Lee's neighbour that was causing concerns.
This is what we eventually ended up with, a wall at least 8 foot high in parts, referred to by his own builder as the Great Wall of China, which is one of the most amazing walls that almost anybody's seen in Wiltshire.
And it hadn't taken long for things between Edward and his neighbour Lee Hazel to turn ugly.
He told me that I wouldn't be living in this house in a year's time. That if it wasn't for my age, he'd come over and he'd assault me on the spot. He didn't scare me. I didn't really think he was going to come around and assault me in front of 6 people. Secondly, he's smaller than me. I thought he was just trying to be a bully. He thought he was scaring me. He seemed quite surprised when I simply said, look, can we discuss this privately? And after I said it 3 times, he just marched off with his daughter and left the situation. Just very sad. I found then after that, whatever I'd say to him would result in a threat of some sort, so there wasn't much point.
The wall Lee Hazel had built was completed despite a refusal of planning permission, and Edward wanted it removed. But when Edward started plans to level out his uneven strip of land, things with Lee Hazel got heated.
He said, you're not going to do an infill on your land. I said, excuse me, pardon? He said, you're not going to do an infill on that land. If you attempt to do it, I'll drop 30 tonnes of scrap metal in the drive and I'll stop the lorries coming in. Over the following years, there were numerous times whenever I was out in the garden that Mr. Hazel would make himself unpleasant, come on site, make threats about moving gypsies onto my property, tell us that he was going to pollute the water in the spring, he was going to siphon the water off. All of these things were uncalled for. From our point of view, he was quite clearly waging a campaign to get us to move from this house so possibly he could buy the house and the land and redevelop it for profit. Well, there are reasons to move. So we were here first, and basically I'd be encouraging giving way to a thug. There's an American quote saying, evil prospers when good men do nothing.
When asked for his comments, Lee Hazel denied all allegations against him. But Edward and Denise were about to find out they weren't the only ones being threatened.
He was adamant that he would do everything he possibly could to stop any work.
When Linda Bird moved in next door to Stanislav Fajdale, her hopes of a quiet retirement were shattered. He had lived there for 3 years, but had immediately staked a claim on what she believed was her property.
He proved to be nasty from day one. Arrogant, insolent, cocksure that he could do what he wanted. I was coming home from shopping and I have to come down this way. And I come round into the garden and I heard noises round the corner. So I ducked my head round here to find that the first section of fence had disappeared. Then it just slowly was taken down until at the bottom there was just no fence left. I started shaking, and at that point there's nothing for it but turn round and go in the house.
Moments later, Linda looked on in horror as her new neighbour began to saw down the line of conifers between the two gardens.
Slowly, all the conifers were down. I lost the fence and I lost the conifers, and I lived like that for a lot of months.
Linda called her solicitors, who made contact with Mr. Fajdel. He insisted that the conifers were on his land, and he claimed to have the surveyor's report to prove it. Feeling exposed and vulnerable, Linda retreated into the safety of her house.
I was convinced at first that if I pushed it, I'd get swiped.
And soon the garden became a no-go zone, as Mr. Fajdel set fire to the pile of old conifers at the rear. According to Linda, the fire lasted for days. But once the smoke had cleared, Mr. Fajdel got back to work. Using the white paint line as a marker, he erected a brand new boundary fence. And Linda was far from happy with the results.
So I think he's 5-6 inches too far over my side. But that's what he's lined this fence up to, which means it cuts through my conservatory now.
Linda lost her privacy, so started using a blanket to cover the window.
This here is where he brought the fence up to. So he's implying that from this window upwards, so it looks like about 2 foot to me, is on his land and should come down. Well, if it wasn't so awful, it'd be funny.
But it was no laughing matter when Linda discovered the fence appeared to be a permanent fixture.
The fence posts are in big lumps of concrete that stretch into my garden. No one has to put a fence post 2 foot down in a mound of concrete that's about 4 foot circular.
This was the moment Linda decided she would take no more.
If he hadn't have put that fence right in front of my conservatory, I'd have given in. But because the fence is there, I have to fight it.
So Linda called her solicitors, who asked her neighbour to remove the new fence, but Mr. Fajdel refused, which angered Linda even further.
I wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire. That is how I feel about him. There isn't a swear word strong enough.
And Linda is convinced her conservatory should stay where it is.
I've been told by the conservatory company that I should fight it because it's been there since 2003 and ownership is 10 years.
So Linda decided to take her neighbour to court, claiming damages and demanding the original boundary be reinstated to how it was when she moved in. But Mr. Fajdel has fought back.
He's countersuing me, saying that this part of the conservatory is on his property and I should either buy the land that it's on or take the conservatory down.
For Linda, the stress of warring with her neighbour has taken its toll.
I hate him. I mean, I've never hated anyone in my life, but I do hate him. It's the worst thing I did coming here.
Linda is currently awaiting a court date. But win or lose, her retirement dream in Kempston appears to be over.
If he wins, I can't sell because I'll still have that fence near the conservatory. And if I win, I'm off. Off out of Kempston. Probably out of Bedford, out of Bedfordshire.
In Glasgow, Isabel and Karen Ryrie had quickly grown suspicious of their eccentric new neighbour.
We've started to see exactly what kind of person he is. This man has no concept of consequence. He has no respect for people's boundaries. He has no respect. It's what he wants to do, and nobody is to tell him what to do.
John Tyre had been housed in the block by the local housing association.
They told me I'd love it round there, it'd be peace and quiet. I did love it, at first.
Despite the Ryries' complaints, John was still living with 2 dogs and a family of nesting rabbits.
So you got a wee little whiff, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't as though you could smell it out the clothes, but when I opened the door, you got a wee little whiff because it was near the front door.
The smell was absolutely horrendous. It was like a dirty dustbin times 10. It actually would have choked a horse, the smell.
They even accused me of being a major drug dealer. Do I look like a major drug dealer to you?
He'd have people coming to visit him all day of the night, and I'm sorry to say it, but they weren't the best calibre of people. And sometimes it'd be 12 o'clock at night, and they'd stay for 5-10 minutes, and they'd go again.
They're phoning the police, telling the police that I have substantial quantity of drugs on me, on my possession. The police come out, search me in the street, yeah? I get degraded in the street because they're searching me. They find nothing on me.
The police took no further action. But when Karen complained about one of John's dogs and it was taken away from him, things got ugly.
Why should anyone have to get rid of an animal just because people make up stories? Listen, I care more for animals than I do for people. As far as I'm concerned, you can get every human that there is, yeah, put them up against the wall, shoot them, and just leave all the animals. No one takes anything out on my dogs. Yeah, worst thing to do. That really upsets me.
The doors would get slammed off its hinges. It was total intimidation all the time.
And at Christmas, things took a turn for the worse.
That is when all hell broke loose. Now, ever since my mum has stayed here, at Christmas time, she has decorated the landing with Christmas decorations.
I don't celebrate Christmas, right? I've got nothing against anyone that does, yeah, but that time of the year ain't a good one for me. I treat it just as a normal day.
After putting out her mother's Christmas decorations on the landing, Karen noticed some were missing.
They come hammering on my door, accusing me of stealing the Father Christmas that you can get from a gift shop for 50p.
And his words to me were, "What you coming to me for? I ain't done anything off." And he slammed the door that hard in my face, I thought he'd taken the door off its hinges.
The police were called, but no action was taken. 2 days later, the row flared up again.
9 o'clock, we'd only just got up. Here we hear him on the landing. "I'll burn this landing down if they don't move these Christmas decorations." So I said to my mum, "No, I'm phoning the police."
The Ryries called the police again. This time, John was arrested and held for an alleged breach of the peace, but was released without charge. The battle between the Ryries and John Tyre was now to spill out onto the street.
I was coming out my mum's gate, walked towards the car, got in the car. It was raining, I had my window down, I was wiping my wing mirror, and I saw him coming down from that direction. He stood at the gate, turned round and started shouting at me, "What the f*** are you looking at?" And I know I shouldn't have. After 3 years, I'd had enough and actually shouted back at him, "What the f*** are you looking at?" He walked up that garden path, he stood at that door, he turned around and started shouting at me.
And I called her a smelly tramp.
"You're a scummy tramp bitch. Your mother's a scummy tramp bitch. In fact, you're a pair of scummy tramp bitches." And again, I know I shouldn't have because I don't use foul language. But I was so angry, I should say to him, "F*** off, you smelly dirty bastard, and go and have a bath."
She called me a smelly English bastard. Go get a shave and a wash and a shower.
And then I said to him, "Are you stupid? Let this go." And then he started shouting, "I'll see you in court, I'll see you in court." And I said, "Bring it on, I'll see you in court." And with that, he started running down that garden path, frothing at the mouth.
I went, you better do yourself a favour, I went, and you better bugger off.
I'll smash your face in, and his fist was like this. Luckily, I rolled my window up, and that stopped him for some reason. He turned around and he walked back in the close. I was terrified. I actually felt terrified. I thought, this is it. This man's going to kill me. That was the look on his face, with such venom and hatred. And I went up to my mum's house and I phoned the police.
Do you know I'm the one that got arrested?
This time, John pled guilty in court to verbal abuse and was admonished for it, the lowest level of punishment possible in Scottish law. But he was next to face more serious allegations.
I knew it was going to end up in assault because this man was determined he was going to hurt me somehow.
In Wiltshire, Edward and Denise Lee had a battle on their hands. Despite their neighbour having been refused planning permission, the 8-foot boundary wall he built still remained. And formal complaints to the council had got them nowhere.
If you go across the fields down to the River Avon and look across, it stands out like an eyesore. You can see it from about 10 miles away.
Edward still wanted to level out his strip of land and found a local contractor to do the job.
He said to us that he'd go and talk to Mr. Hazel because he's sure there wouldn't be a problem. A couple of days later, I got this email from him. In the email, he said, although he said it was not his intention to fall out with me or our company, Mr. Hazel made it very clear that he'd be as obstructive and disruptive as possible to anyone who tried to work next to his property wall. He was adamant that he would do everything he possibly could to stop any work. And then the contractor withdrew from the contract. We both sat on the computer and looked at the email together, and we were open-mouthed. We couldn't believe he'd backed down simply because somebody went boo to him.
But he wasn't the only one. Edward tried another 10 contractors, but the same thing happened again and again.
Other people told me they were threatened that their vehicles would be vandalised. People were told they'd be physically assaulted, so the threats varied. The end result is I was running out of contractors to do the work.
But there was one contractor left. Kenny Gibbons agreed to take on the job, but it wouldn't be long before Lee Hazel heard about it.
Yeah, I was working in Trowbridge the first time he came and threatened me. Next minute, I get a phone call from our office saying he's in here shouting and swearing, banging the counter and being generally abusive and threatening. He wanted to know where I was, so I told him I'd tell him where I am. You know, I'm not worried about him. Tell him where I'm working. And he turned up there with, I think it was 3 chaps. I got off the digger and I said, well, what's your problem? He came right into my face. The other 3 surrounded me, and I'm sure that they would have attacked me. As it was, my son was there with me, and my son being what he is, he wasn't scared of 3 blokes or Lippy or anybody, you know. I told him I was not going to stop. I was going to fill it in. It's nothing to do with him. It's private land, not his land. Leave me alone.
It was really the first time that we had felt supported.
I will not be threatened by this man. He's a bully, and that's all he is. He thinks he's above the law. I gave Edward my word. I'm a man of my word. I will finish that job.
But work was far from easy with Lee Hazel on his case.
I've had continual threats right the way through. He's a lunatic. I cannot get a contractor to come there. Every time I get a contractor to come there, he threatens them, and they just pull out. They won't tip in there. I just had to fill it up as and when I could get spoiled myself, which has taken so long. It's obviously cost a lot more money. It's ridiculous.
Kenny said if he had to carry the earth in on his own, a hod at a time to fill the earth in, he would bloody well do it.
While Kenny worked on the land, Edward's thoughts returned to the wall, and he decided to commission his own land survey report.
When I got the maps inside this report, it showed quite clearly the extent of the encroachment of my land from the beginning of the garage at the front all the way 200 feet down to the end of my property. I was incredulous when I found out that the wall was substantially on my property. The biggest problem being, of course, that when I want to sell my land in the future, I can't sell it because I don't have possession of the land. So I just put the matter in the hands of my solicitor, sent a copy to the council, and asked them to act accordingly.
But while he waited, the troubles with Lee Hazel continued.
I came out of the house to put some rubbish into the bin. As I came through the gateway, I noticed that Lee Hazel and another person were painting silly images on the wall.
Edward had already started plans to fence off the public right-of-way.
Once the fence was up, we were somewhat relieved in that we actually began to feel that our land was actually ours, and we were looking forward to the rest of the fencing being up and then having the privacy that we thought we'd bought when we bought the land.
But it wasn't long before they noticed it had been tampered with.
So I ran the CCTV that I had installed on the previous act of vandalism, and lo and behold, there's only one person who appears at 8 o'clock, looking like one of Snow White's little friends, and who looks around to see if anybody's there, then goes up the right-of-way. And I've timed it. He goes in and comes out again 9 minutes later. That's about 2 minutes to go up there, a few minutes to rattle some posts, then comes out. As soon as I reported the apparent damage to Kenny, he came out on site with the fencer. And while they were looking at it and making comments about it, they looked up and saw Mr. Hazel at his window, laughing and gesticulating at them, making it quite clear that he thought the whole thing was highly funny and it was a source of great amusement to him.
It is obviously him that went down there at night and pushed the post over. He still carries on hassling us. It's the way the chap is. He thinks he's above the law and he thinks he's untouchable, when he clearly isn't.
I was not surprised. No one else would have any motive whatsoever.
Edward was convinced it was Lee Hazel who damaged the fence, but it didn't deter him. Kenny had given his word and work continued.
The job for Edward is nearly finished. It's been a long time coming, but with all the threats and hassle I've had from Lee Hazel, I don't know what else I could have done. In some ways, I wish he had started swinging for me, because I would have beat his brains in. And I seriously would. The amount of trouble he's caused me and that poor chap next door I'm doing the job for, he deserves a beating. I will not be bullied by him or anybody else. I will finish that job.
And Edward is even more determined not to give up.
So either I sell the house and move, and I've regretted all of my life, or I fight and think, well, to hell with him. If he wants to fight, as the Americans say, he started it, I'll finish it.
When asked for his comments, Lee Hazel denied all allegations against him. Despite having no planning permission, the wall still stands. In Glasgow, John Tyre had been feuding with his neighbours the Ryries for over 2 years. After a catalogue of allegations about his animals, drugs and aggressive behaviour.
Everybody that knows me knows I smoke cannabis. A bit of green.
The Ryries heard what they thought was good news.
The housing had said to us, when we asked if he was moving, yes, Mr. Tyre asked to be moved because he wasn't happy with what was happening.
I had a choice. Either move or spend the Christmas and New Year in prison. The fear of someone coming to visit me playing music, and get arrested.
The Housing Association complied with John's request to move, and with him out of the building, Karen hoped her mother's life would go back to normal.
I asked the lady from the housing, look, I hope now that he's moved, he's been told to stay away from this close, and we were told, no, it's his right to come into this close. Even after he left, he was still visiting the people downstairs on a regular basis. And whenever he comes to visit, he shouts and bawls. So much so, 12 o'clock one night, my mother got woken up out of her sleep. He was shouting and bawling so much.
Yeah, I've got a gob. You tell me what Londoner ain't. You show me a Londoner that's got a quiet voice and I'll tell you he ain't no Londoner.
With John still visiting and doing shopping trips for his elderly former neighbours downstairs, relations between Karen and John were at breaking point and emotions were running high.
If he sees me, something's going to happen. Something will happen. because he's not normal.
And in February 2014, things came to a head.
I walked down the garden path of my mum's home to the gate, came out the gate, turned round, was closing the gate. Went out the corner of my eye, I saw Mr. Tyre. He rushed over from here, and he came rushing over and he did this. He pushed me with his body on my side, and I did this. And I mean, he's quite a tall, strong guy. And I nearly fell. I got such a shock. Again, I was frightened. That was my reaction, because it was like he'd moved, we'd been assured that he was told to behave himself, and yet here he was assaulting me in the street again.
I had 2 big bags of shopping, right? And actually, she hit me with a gate when I tried to go through the gate. She broke the woman's eggs that I was going shopping for. I was more worried about the eggs than me getting damaged with the gate.
It's the first time he'd actually touched me physically, yeah.
She told the police. I shoved her on her shoulders, pushed her on the bonnet of the car. That's why I was arrested.
In September 2014, John Tyre was found guilty of assault by the Glasgow Sheriff Court. He awaits sentencing. Some say money is the root of all evil, and in a Cotswolds village, a decision to lend money to a neighbour has ruined the lives of 2 families.
I'd like to ask Robert where my money is.
What they've done is wrong and wrong and wrong and wrong.
£50,000 of our life savings, our security in our old age.
And all because we were helping somebody. We thought we were helping somebody.
This dispute divided the community, but no one could have predicted what happened next.
Can we have a few words with you, please? Helen?
We would never have, in our wildest imaginations, believed that we'd be in a position of a police constable sitting in our home taking a witness statement. And Richard being the victim.
The story began in 2011 when Peter and Angela McSweeney had a visit from Robert Brown, the son of their neighbours. He had a proposition.
Robert's proposal was that he needed the money to start up a new business in Stratford-upon-Avon.
He wanted to borrow £50,000 for this new venture. The £50,000 came as quite a shock.
He assured us that he would pay it up as quickly as he possibly could. He shook hands with Peter and then off he went.
The McSweeneys had known Robert's parents, Peter and Helen Brown, for years, and they were more than just the people across the street.
When we first moved in, the Brown family were very friendly.
Helen Brown came over socially on many, many occasions. Was always sort of ringing me up and saying, is everything all right? Don't forget, you can always call on me if there's anything needs doing. We trusted each other, absolutely.
Unbeknown to the McSweeneys, Robert Brown had also been to see Claire and Richard Mayman, who lived on the same road. They'd also agreed to lend Robert money for the Stratford Cafe, £70,000 in total.
There was a trust between us as decent people.
Both families believed they were making a good investment because Robert already ran a thriving cafe business in their village.
Robert Brown took on this business, called it Fox's, and we just watched him and the business work very successfully.
He drove a nice car, and we thought, well, wow, this is good for him.
But they made a big mistake. The Maymans and the McSweeneys trusted Robert's parents, so they weren't concerned when there was no proper paperwork.
These were personal, very personal arrangements with people that we trusted.
And the decision to loan money to their neighbour would come back to haunt both couples 18 months later, when they learned the Stratford Cafe they'd invested in was in trouble.
We were advised that the bailiffs had gone in.
But the Maymans and the McSweeneys, each family still unaware the other was involved, were walking headlong into financial disaster.
What they have done is wrong, totally immoral. They continue as though nothing has changed.
When it comes to arguments between neighbours, there's one issue that trumps all others: noise.
The nail gun, it was unbelievable. Chung, 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 chung.
Councils receive thousands of complaints about noisy neighbours every year. Neighbours like rapper Elvis Torresinza. When he moved to an East London estate in 2010, Elvis's pumping music drove his neighbours berserk.
It was severe bass. The bass was quite bad and it was horrendous music. The way he portrays himself and the way he acts makes me think that he is threatening. And that's why I've actually never gone round there.
But a year after the courts ordered him to hang up his mic, has anything really changed? He may be named after the king of rock and roll, but Elvis's music of choice is rap.
Situation messed up. Was mum's words early morning getting dressed up.
Ominously for his neighbours, the aspiring rapper wanted to record in the comfort of his own home.
Got myself a job and worked there for a few months, saved up a little bit of money, and I started buying my equipment.
Elvis was soon creating songs and uploading them to the internet in a bid to get noticed. And he certainly got noticed.
Sometimes it wouldn't start till 1 AM, so you'd think, oh yay, peace and quiet for one night. And then suddenly, when in bed, it would start and you'd be like, what?
Would you ever start the music at 1 AM?
Never.
Elvis's neighbours began to complain, and he soon had the council on his back.
I opened up the door and he must have said to me that he must have had a complaint from a neighbour that I was playing loud music. Obviously, I turned down the music at the time.
But not enough to satisfy his neighbour.
Bass was a big problem, obviously, because it made your walls vibrate. Even in the bath, I could still hear the bass and feel it when my head was under the water. So even that didn't block out the sound.
The complaints kept on coming.
Probably 3-4 weeks later, I got a letter from the council saying that I had been causing a nuisance all through and I'm basically a music terrorist.
Not everyone on the estate thought it was a problem.
Well, obviously people are going to hear the music, so it probably vibrates through the walls, but it's never that loud, you know what I mean?
But after 82 complaints from other neighbours, in 2012, Elvis was hit with a noise abatement order.
I really didn't see the need to go to the council and start pointing fingers like they did to me.
But that didn't stop Elvis, and in September 2013, he was fined £1,000 after a court found him guilty of breaching his order. And the council made it clear what would happen if Elvis broke the order again.
I had to stop playing loud music, otherwise they was going to come to my house and take my equipment.
When he continued to ignore warnings, the council took drastic action.
So as I'm walking in, I opened up my front room, walked in, and literally everything was gone. All my computer that was there, that was gone. I had a studio mixer over there, that was gone as well, and my mic stand was gone, I was standing over there.
But Elvis had anticipated their move.
Obviously the council must have thought, you know, they took all my stuff, but obviously they didn't take my music recording stuff. Luckily, you know, I was clever than them, you get me? I had moved my equipment to my brother's. I took my speakers, moved my monitors, and I took my mixer.
On this occasion, Elvis had stayed one step ahead of the council, and he soon returned his gear to the estate. But it would only be a matter of time before his musical misdemeanours caught up with him. It's now more than a year since Elvis was found guilty of breaching his order. And on the Dagenham estate, there's no rapping, no beats, and no Elvis. It seems he just couldn't give up his musical habit, and on the 13th of May 2014, Elvis was evicted for noise nuisance and rent arrears. His neighbours finally had the peace and quiet they'd been craving.
I lead a much happier life. Now I can go to work, come home, relax and go to bed when I want.
Elvis was unavailable for comment, but it seems this time he really has left the building. The huge cost of moving home means record numbers of people are choosing to build loft conversions or extensions instead. But few consider the impact on their neighbours. When North London homeowner Tariq Ahmed turned his house from this into this, the neighbours on either side were up in arms.
He had no intention of listening to anything we had to say. And as far as I was concerned, the only people that would be able to stop him were the courts.
4 years on, I'm absolutely sick and tired of talking about it.
Tony and Veronica Martin lived on one side of this three-way dispute. Next door to them was Mr. Ahmed, and on the other side of him was the detached home of Helen Corlin. Initially, the three neighbours got along well, but then Mr. Ahmed announced a plan to improve his home.
I got an email saying that he wanted to dig within 3 metres of our property and said that the builder would be sending me some plans.
The first Helen knew of the plans was when Mr. Ahmed turned up at her door holding a magazine.
On the front of the magazine was a white double-fronted house, which he then told me he was going to proceed to make Next Door into.
It was clear that Mr. Ahmed's plans involved greatly increasing the size of his 3-bedroom end terrace to the rear and to the side.
In his own mind, he was going to make this into an enormous palace that should have been sitting in an acre of land.
Much to Helen's alarm, Mr. Ahmed's grand design meant his extension would go right up to her boundary wall.
I was asking how I was meant to get in and out of my front door and my back door without any danger.
Concerned by his ambitious plans, Helen went to talk to her neighbour, Mr. Ahmed.
I tried to explain to him that we had a right to light and that the fact is that he would be blocking all our light out, and so he had would not be able to do it.
When we first met the neighbours, Mr. Ahmed declined to tell his side of the story. But according to Helen, his reaction to her objection was far from friendly.
Mr. Ahmed's reply is to start swearing and cursing and threatening. And that's when I said to him, do ourselves all a favour, we will do this the legal way, and then we won't have to talk to each other.
Helen told the council that Mr. Ahmed's plans infringed her right to light, but they told her it was a private matter.
I realised that they were going to pass these plans. And it was a nightmare beginning to brew up inside of me.
Within days, the building work had begun, and Mr. Ahmed's neighbours were worried by what they saw.
They weren't what I would class as builders. There was no health and safety, there was no high-vis jackets, no hard hats, chaotic.
At the centre of it all, directing the work, was Mr. Ahmed himself.
He would strut around like a peacock. He's got the voice, and he'd make sure that everybody heard it.
He just walks around so much like a cross between Del Boy and Ali G.
As Mr. Ahmed's extension grew, Helen's worst fears about light were realised.
You never seem to get the sunshine or the warmth into the house anymore on a nice day. You sort of like always feel like it's winter.
Her once light and airy house was now shrouded in darkness.
Every day now, I can't even come into this room without having to put lights on.
And the distance separating the two houses was just a few feet, or the length of Helen's mum's walking stick. The work hadn't been signed off by building regulations, and in Helen's opinion, it was unsafe.
The war's so dangerous and we're just left living this nightmare, aren't we, Mum?
Yes, definitely.
They weren't the only ones. On the other side of Mr. Ahmed, the Martins were about to get a nasty shock.
And the first thing I immediately saw was a huge crack, which literally went right across the whole hall. It just looked like it went on forever. So I come into my daughter's room and the crack went right along the top and all the way down the window. I was absolutely furious. I went running down the stairs to Mr. Ahmed and his builders who were outside talking to my wife and called them all in. They just went, oh. And I said, well, you've got to be, what have you done? Just said, well, we'll fix it. But he just couldn't get the magnitude of the whole thing. And it was just no remorse. It was like, oh, what, so what?
And it seemed Mr. Ahmed also had some help with building techniques from an unusual source.
The work was being carried out by Mr. Ahmed and his mates using self-help YouTube videos.
Well, that's pathetic. It's as simple as that. That's the first I've heard that he used self-help videos to build a house.
No, I knew he went onto the internet. He told me he'd searched on the internet.
I find it absolutely astonishing that well, I'm gobsmacked by that.
It was a terrifying situation for both sets of neighbours, and little did they know the nightmare was far from over. In Britain, 13 million households own a pet. But while we adore our animals, our neighbours don't.
For hell's sake, they're birds. They're going to make noise, It's not like they're cockerels.
From yapping dogs to clucking hens, animals are a factor in over 20% of neighbour disputes. But in one rural village, it wasn't the animals that were the problem. It was the woman trying to protect them.
I'm quite proud to have a caution for badgers. Not a problem.
In summer 2013, Meg Sunningdale made herself unpopular with her neighbours when she took up a campaign to protect badgers from the government cull.
People would drive along here mouthing evil bitch.
With most of the village against her, she reluctantly decided it was time to go. Meg has always dreamt of countryside life due to her love of all living things.
I feel as if I am part of nature. Everything I do, everything I plant, has to be beneficial for wildlife. And this is my fruit cage, which has all been shared by ducks, and the ducks have been very safe from foxes here. I do feel that animals need a spokesperson. They don't have rights. This area I feed the pheasants because I try to keep them off the hill where they're shot.
Why do you love animals so much?
I don't know. It's like asking somebody why they believe in God, isn't it?
Soon after moving to the Somerset village of Withycombe, one type of animal gained a particular place in Meg's heart.
In my life, I hadn't seen a badger, but I had badgers on my doorstep. I felt so privileged because not many people in this country ever see a live badger.
Meg encouraged the badgers to her garden with food and developed a bond with them.
They knew my smell, and if there's anybody else here, they wouldn't come near the door.
But Meg was about to get a nasty shock. The government were concerned about the spread of tuberculosis in cattle, and as badgers are thought to carry the disease, they decided to embark on a cull.
We just didn't believe it. We couldn't believe that human beings would be prepared to do that.
Meg wanted to make an issue about it, which she definitely made an issue.
When she discovered one of her neighbours was allegedly involved in the cull, Meg did something that would have dire consequences for the village.
I just couldn't believe that he would be part of a badger cull. And my natural instinct was to name and shame this person.
Meg put a poster on her gate naming the alleged shooter, and within days the press had picked up on the story.
Couldn't believe that someone would be that, I don't know, stupid to actually do that. It was unbelievable.
With his name all over the press, the alleged shooter was left fearing for his safety.
I mean, he was that frightened for his family, his wife and children, that he moved them out of the village.
Animal rights protesters began to descend on Withycombe, determined to disrupt the cull.
This is the gate that a lot of protesters would have had to open and walk through to this Withycombe Wood. Our main aim was to be a presence. And if we were there, the shooters couldn't be. They weren't allowed to shoot too close to a person or a public footpath.
That is the cover where all the protesters were kicking off. Then they used to congregate under that big oak tree. So it didn't normally start until probably 2:30 in the morning. Just give you time to get to sleep. Started off with the lights, whistle, air horns. I don't need them out there keeping me awake every night.
Quite loud. Yes, it needs to be.
Meg had started a siege, and there was no sign of peace returning to Withycombe.
What they thought they were achieving, I do not know. But what they did achieve was to certainly piss us off along here.
I became nervous, I became more self-conscious, I didn't really want to be seen.
So by September 2013, she decided to up sticks and leave the village.
We will have to move, you know, we can't stay with a really bad atmosphere, can we?
At the time, some felt it was a case of good riddance.
She's come in, stirred it all up, caused plenty of trouble, and move off.
But 1 year on, Meg has decided that she's not ready to say goodbye to the charms of Withycombe just yet, and her house is now off the market. Although all is quiet in the village for now, further culls are scheduled for the area, and Meg's always been very clear about her stance on the issue.
I will certainly do my utmost to prevent another cull ever happening again, and if it does happen again, I'll be out there on the front line.
In the Cotswolds, Peter and Angela McSweeney had loaned £50,000 of their life savings to neighbour Robert Brown and were reassured by his mother Helen that their money was safe.
You'll get your money back, even if I have to sell my house, was the promise she made.
But 18 months later, the McSweeneys had a visit from Robert's father and soon realised their investment was in peril.
So I opened the door and Peter Brown was in quite an agitated state. He said, we've got problems. He said, the bailiffs are in at Foxy Brown's. So he said, I need some money.
The McSweeneys refused to give the Browns any more money and demanded a formal meeting.
I needed to check legally to see that we had a contract really, which was a valid one. Robert stood up in unison with his father. It was as though they were acting out a play.
And said, if you take legal action, you'll get nothing.
Over the road, the Maymans were equally worried about their money.
We hadn't got legally binding documents. What chance there was of getting our money back? Minimal. I think then the realisation of what we'd got into hit home.
And living in the same village as the Browns, they had no escape.
This is Robert Brown.
That is Robert Brown.
One evening, the stress of the situation boiled over. Wanting to show the Browns how she was feeling, Claire parked outside their house and sat there revving her engine.
I suppose all my anger was being roared out of this poor car's engine. Long enough to make me feel a bit better, long enough to see Robert's parents running from window to door to door to window to try and work out who and what was going on the drive in front of their house. It gave me a small release. It was like an elastic band snapping. Something had just made me very, very angry.
By now, the Maymans and the McSweeneys had discovered each other was involved. But their hopes of getting any money back were dealt another blow in March 2013, when Robert Brown went bankrupt.
Borrow, borrow, borrow at somebody else's expense, and then go bankrupt and be absolved of all your responsibilities to your creditors. How fair is that?
But things were about to take a much darker turn. With Robert bankrupt, ownership of the Broadway Cafe appeared to pass to family friends.
Come on, we better hurry, otherwise they'll be gone.
But in November 2013, Peter McSweeney and Richard Mayman were in the village when they caught sight of Helen in the cafe's car park.
We decided that it might be a good opportunity on the spur of the moment to actually have a word with her.
Hi, is that Helen? Helen, Richard here. We're making a programme.
Yeah, good luck to you, Richard.
What happened next couldn't be shown until now, and it changed the course of the whole dispute.
It all happened in a fraction of a second.
Helen, can we have a few words with you, please? Helen?
Richard again attempted to ask her whether she would be prepared to say something concerning her son's death. I thought that she was departing from the car park, and that would have been the end of it. But instead of exiting the car park, she proceeded to drive straight towards Richard. And that she left the braking to the very last moment.
She's laughing, so she's obviously very happy about things.
And as she departed from the car park, she was seen to be smiling, smirking.
Yes, it's a big joke. What fun.
Who would go out laughing, drive out laughing, after an incident like that?
In the immediate aftermath, Richard and Peter were left reeling.
To think that the situation has got to the stage of her driving her car at me it leaves me speechless. We'll just have to see where this now leads. It's very unfortunate. The whole episode has been very unfortunate.
You're a brave man, Richard.
Helen's car had made contact with Richard's leg, and although he was unhurt, he decided to report the incident to the police.
And they decided that with the evidence and the witnesses that were present, that there was a strong case for actually taking it to court.
And any hope of a resolution between the families was now long gone.
The forthcoming court case did nothing for our feelings towards the Brown family. The animosity was almost palpable.
In North London, Tariq Ahmed's neighbours were up in arms over his imposing extension.
It makes me feel totally claustrophobic, and I literally feel like the walls are coming in on me.
Cracks in neighbourly relations were growing by the minute.
As soon as Veronica saw this, she screamed because she thought the whole house was going to fall down.
For both sets of neighbours, enough was enough. And when Helen refused to allow Mr. Ahmed to put scaffolding up on her property, the gloves were off.
Mr. Ahmed has threatened me to a degree that he has told me I should watch my back.
Helen wasn't alone.
He's threatened to blow our house up. He's threatened to put bricks through our window.
Mr. Ahmed claims these were nothing more than empty threats, but despite the intimidation, Helen refused to give up.
We did a right to light survey, which was paid for by my insurance company and their legal team. And we took it to the court, and from our local court, it was sent straight up to the High Court.
After 2.5 years of misery, it seems she finally had some resolution.
And he gave me an out-of-court settlement of £30,000 in damages and £7,500 in legal costs.
It's now 18 months since the court settlement, and it seems the sweet taste of victory has soured. While Mr. Ahmed paid the majority of the money owed to Helen in instalments, there was a dispute over interest, which Mr. Ahmed didn't believe he owed. Helen was having none of it.
So by this time I said, don't worry, I'm going to do this my way now, because I was just fuming. And by the end of that day, I had made the phone call and I had started the enforcement action.
With over £2,500 still owed to Helen, court sheriffs were instructed to collect the money.
I was away, and my friend across the road texted me that the High Court enforcement officers had arrived and they were then manoeuvring their vehicle, and so that he could not get out of his driveway. They refused to move their vehicle and stated that if he didn't pay up, they would then seize, ready to auction, his vehicle. With that, he then paid the bill and they were able to go away and successfully finish my business.
Mr. Ahmed disputes some of this story. He says there was only one officer and his car was not blocked in. He did, however, pay up, and it's not the only progress Helen has made.
This all started about 5 or 6 weeks ago, so it's all quite new for us as well at the moment, and we're just still getting used to it.
Helen's insurers have repaired the damage caused to her house by her neighbour's build. Mr. Ahmed insists he was always going to do the rendering, but Helen scared his builders away. He says he was happy to pay her insurers for the work.
As you can see here, the wall now all blends into our porch. It looks a lot cleaner, the lines are a lot better, and it's made us all feel a lot better as well, that we're not looking at that awful breeze block anymore.
But on the other side of Mr. Ahmed, it's a different story. On 2 occasions, the cracks upstairs have been repaired by a builder who was chosen by the Martins and paid for by Mr. Ahmed. But they've recently come back again.
Having had it repaired and seeing them come back, it was like a nightmare again. So I'm just thinking, no, please, please don't come back.
We have been advised by Mr. Ahmed's agent, his surveyor, that they're only cosmetic cracks. But I'm not a structural engineer, so I'm not sure if it's sound, if the property next door isn't moving.
But because it's where the damage was occasioned, you just think it sets off alarm bells.
Mr. Ahmed says that as the Martins chose the builders to repair the cracks, it's them they should talk to. But the problems aren't just inside the Martins' house.
The loft is built on the party wall, but as you can see, the beam sticks out.
Mr. Ahmed insists that while the beam may still be sticking out, it is on his side of the party wall, something Tony disputes.
Both the party wall surveyors agreed that there was encroachment and it needed to be cut back, but it's still there 4 years on.
With Mr. Ahmed's build still awaiting final sign-off from the council, his neighbours are worried a whole new nightmare awaits them.
It could all land up that it's all going to have to be back into a building site again.
In a quiet Cotswolds village, a financial dispute between neighbours had suddenly turned physical.
And the horror that such a story could happen actually in Broadway.
Having driven her car at Richard Mayman, Helen Brown was now facing criminal charges. And in August 2014, the case was heard at Worcester Magistrates Court.
Arrived in the court and was led to the witness box. I was mindful not to show any weakness or nerves.
For the first time in months, Peter was face to face with the neighbour he'd once called a friend.
I was conscious of the fact that she was probably looking at me, and I really didn't want to give her the satisfaction of me looking at her. I just didn't want to look at her. Full stop.
After a 2-day court hearing, Helen Brown was found guilty of assault by beating. As well as receiving a criminal record, she was also ordered to pay £585 in fines and costs.
Without achieving the conviction, it would have been devastating to us. It would have just been another nail in the coffin.
But the victory in court has done little to heal the financial wounds.
In the overall scheme of things, we were still suffering the loss of our money.
The official receiver has been involved, and efforts are being made to recover some money for Robert's creditors. The Brown family home is for sale. However, it's unlikely the McSweeneys or Maymans will benefit.
We were unsecured lenders of money, and the secured lenders always come first. So our situation looks particularly bleak.
Of the £120,000 loaned by the two families, Robert paid back just under £13,500 before bankruptcy. Although he's no longer registered as bankrupt, Robert hasn't paid any more money to the families.
We will be able to draw a line under all of this when we see the Browns depart, and not before.
In North London, the Martins and Helen Corlin are united in the anger they feel over their neighbour's extension.
Yourself and us, we haven't caused any of this.
No.
And we are just the victims.
Total victims in this. Make sure you are insured up to the hilt, because you never know what's going to happen next door to you.
At the front, the build appears finished. But at the back, an alleyway shared by several houses on the street is another thorny issue. Mr. Ahmed says he's already cleared any building debris that was blocking access for his neighbours. Tony disagrees.
There was some rubble taken away, but obviously he's left the bulk of it, and because we can't get to our garage and to our fence, this has just grown up.
Mr. Ahmed has told us his wife has recently cut the grass in front of Tony's garage, but the neighbour whose house backs onto Mr. Ahmed's has made his feelings about the rubble very clear.
He's put a very polite notice which makes it quite clear that he doesn't want the rubble or any more of Mr. Ahmed's rubbish leaning against his fence.
Don't put your S up against my fence. In 3 signs all the way along the fence, and I cannot blame them at all, because they've had to incur all the costs and the rubble is still up against their new fence.
Surrounded by angry neighbours, Tony reckons Mr. Ahmed is now keeping a low profile.
About 2 months ago, I was taking my eldest daughter to hockey. It's about 7:30 at night. We come out, we just got in the car, and just as I was going to start the car, Mr. Ahmed pulled up in his Mercedes, saw that we was in our car, so therefore he reached over to his driver's glove compartment and literally laid across the car like that. So we sat in our car for 10 minutes. All the time he was laying across the front seat. Well, if that's not trying to avoid someone, I don't know what is.
Mr. Ahmed flatly denies hiding and says, why would he want to?
If it was funny, then I would laugh, but it's not. You know, we are trying to get our property fixed.
Mr. Ahmed's build has yet to be signed off by building control, and until it is, some serious questions remain unanswered.
I'd like confirmation that their property is structurally sound. Yeah, and that it wouldn't cause any more damage to our property. That everything's been done according to, I don't know, the rules and regulations, basically.
It's all in the plans of the council now and the building regulations. If they find it to be safe, I will be very, very surprised, because I watched it go up.
If the council do find the property unsafe, Mr. Ahmed's neighbours could face many more months of noise, dirt and disruption.
I feel it will have to be demolished. I just don't know if we're going to be able to cope with the massive mess and the danger of coming down brick by brick.
A dark cloud continues to hang over Mr. Ahmed's neighbours.
To summarise how I feel at the moment, with no other work done, it makes me feel very, very angry, very annoyed, and very, very frustrated.
But in a final twist, there's a new building project in town. Only this time, it's Helen in charge. She's working with developers who are hoping to build a house on land at the bottom of her garden.
And I might actually be a raving lunatic to say that I want to do this, but I'd like to show how things can be done properly without upsetting everybody else in the road.